Your response is, we just signed Bosa. I thought that sort of solved that position. Isn't it overkill a little bit? And I hear that. What I think, a good point, got to consider the depth chart. When I was so hot and horny for Myles Garrett, Gregory Rousseau being included in that trade package was
sports.
It's Mike Schopp.
He's Bulldog, talking sports. Call him on the telephone. Toss that bad Bulldog a bone. Bulldog, talking sports. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
On WGR.
All right.
For me to have taken up 4 pages in this notebook of mine, my trusty notebook, on
Mock schedules,
on fake bill schedules. Whose idea was that? I mean, literally 4 pages are just used up by the bill schedule. No, this other one I didn't even really get anywhere because I made a mistake right away with having 3 home games together. But they do have that. A lot of teams, I haven't mentioned this with you yet, but the 3-game road trip / homestand, whichever, there's plenty of that on the NFL schedule. Anyway, can I blame you for this? I've got 4 pages taken up. It's getting late here for this notebook. Well, I really could use the space.
Can you just tear those pages out? I mean,
I would never.
That's not going to replace the pages. You would never.
No reason to. It doesn't erase them. Like you said, right?
Right, but they're out of there. Like, if it's annoying you that they're there,
it's annoying me.
You have no use for them. You're. I wouldn't think ever really going to need to look at a mock bill schedule.
No, but there could be something useful on the other side. That.
Oh, I see. I didn't know.
I'm on the backs now.
I thought maybe you were. I apologize. I didn't understand the gravity of the situation. I thought.
I'm not sure you still do.
I thought you had 2 pages with 4 schedules, front, back, front, back.
No.
Tear those out. They're gone.
What I do is go all the way to the back using the fronts, and then come all the way back the other way using the backs, like a normal person would do.
This is the most insane assertion you've ever made on the show.
What are you talking about?
Ever.
You would use the back of a page?
Front, back, like you're reading a book. Yeah, like a normal person.
Really?
Yeah, front, back, front, back, front, back. That's how you turn pages. What are you doing? Front, all the way. Wow. I don't really know what to say.
Well, it's going to come out the same.
Sure.
Oh, look, here's a schedule. Hey.
You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, it's in your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose
The Buffalo Sabres held their pre-draft availability this morning. General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin took questions from the media. When asked about the Sabres' first-round pick, Adams pushed that the organization is willing to go in a number of routes with the 9th overall selection.
I would say I've had conversations up to this point from teams that are all the way up at the top of the draft right to teams behind us, preparing for every possible scenario, moving up or down, and also being willing to move the pick altogether.
Paul Hamilton joins the show at 4 p.m. for more, so do stay tuned for that. And then day one of the NHL draft will get underway on Friday. Our coverage on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, he spoke today on the Pat McAfee show and signaled that this will likely be it for his career.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. That's why we just did a one-year deal. Steelers didn't need to put any extra years on that or anything. So this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I played 20 freaking years.
And the second half of the season begins this evening for the Bisons. They host the Iron Pigs just after 6:30, and that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
It's nothing you did.
It's not you, it's me.
It's not you. It's you, but you didn't cross me.
And the Bulldog.
Why did I choose? Why did I just stay in school?
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sounds like maybe there's not a lot going on in sports today.
How do you mean?
Well, what did Zach tell us? The Sabres talked.
I wasn't listening.
Aaron Rodgers said he's pretty sure he's not playing. We know that. There's always like that. And then it's the Bisons game. I kind of feel like maybe this is the dead zone of the... There's not even soccer, right? Soccer's over.
There has been soccer going on.
Well, it's that World Club Cup.
I know, right.
Club World Cup.
I thought about it.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't care. I think it's notable that never once since it started...
Have you heard a
week ago,
about
2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, last year? I don't even know. I think it's pretty recent. I'm being a little cheeky. Neither of us ever thought, hey, let's find the game.
Well, I think I've heard a friend of mine says it's not easy to find the game, which is kind of like the way it goes now.
Right.
Most games are not easy to find.
Right.
I just know that when I go home, this is ironic because I've never liked the Yankees. And when I lived in a world where I had options, I would never watch the Yankees. But when I go home now and turn on the TV,
that's where you
the
end
Yankees are like the first thing that comes up. They know now every day probably it increases their judgment, quote judgment, that I'm going to want to watch the Yankee game. So last night I turned on Yankees Reds. That's what happens now.
I wonder if you've got a setting different on that app, because I think we're talking about the same streaming app, and one of the greatest frustrations I have with that particular app that shall go nameless here,
Fubo,
is that it doesn't seem to remember what I like to watch. The things that I always want to, I always have to hunt for the things I want.
I don't know.
And that annoys me.
Maybe
anyway.
I'm just sort of speeding to the right because I know I don't want to watch Judge Joe Brown.
right.
Or whatever it is.
I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We're not going to get hung up on that.
Are we going to get hung up on the Sabres again today, the press conference? And I think maybe, especially given the dearth of events.
Right.
Tomorrow
it may feel like there's a lot less going on than there is today, because at least they did talk today, and that, that often
backfires,
usually generates a response. I'm walking around since about 11:30 today thinking about what a list of the worst run sports franchises in North America might look like, and how highly the Sabres would rate on such a list. It's tough because you don't really follow the other teams day to day. We're not watching draft news conferences for the Colorado Rockies. At least I'm not. I don't know. You may find time. I don't know. But, man, it it needs to be said every day, maybe every hour, maybe every segment, that it is incredible that he still has that job. I feel like we're being gaslit to an extent, to the point where I feel like a ghoul continuing to say it. He seems like a nice enough guy. I've enjoyed talking to him, away from the radio and even on the radio, plenty of times. So, like, I'm not judging him as a dude, but it is incredible that he still has this job. He's going into year 6. And, yeah, we're not making any changes on the coaching staff. Lindy knows what he's doing. He's been at this a long time. Well, you should have heard Eric Stahl in our meetings today. What are we doing? It just... But you feel... I feel myself. I don't know. You can feel however you want out there. There's probably people out there that want me to calm down, and probably people out there that want me to go even harder than I would ever dream of going.
It's like way more the latter.
Yeah,
I think.
Probably. But
who could criticize anybody right now for being tolerant?
It's like the thing
or
is
intolerant.
It's so far gone that like everyone, I think, out here mostly agrees. Like, yeah, well, I can't believe he still has that job. And that you don't even feel like you should say it anymore. But it should be said a lot. Because it is just recklessly careless that he still has the job. Going into a sixth season here. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Okay, well, yes. I had a bunch of different reactions to earlier, and my most frustrated area is the idea, it was the quote about, feeling sorry for the fans because they get fed misinformation. And I would just politely want to ask, I think, I used to say this about Regier, how I feel like he's in a cocoon, but as somebody on a much smaller scale that has to live with like criticism from people you don't know and maybe are uninformed, like it can get to you. And I wanted for Darcy to like sort of for him, not as like a friend or anything, but just for himself to be able to find a balance between listening to it and accepting, like, you're not beyond reproach. I'm not, he's not, nobody is. So you'd want that person to hear the criticism, whatever it is, but not be subject to it necessarily. Just be sort of aware of it. Like, have an idea about what your fans, people you don't know, are saying about you. I think that that's probably good to know. And when Adams went in on, it wasn't even a question about Samuelson. It was a question about Peterka.
He volunteered the information.
He got a question about Peterka, and sounded to me like he's gone. Peterka's gone.
100%.
Because he wouldn't say the thing he said about Tuck wants to be here. Right. I don't think it's good for me to answer this. Okay, well, guess what? We're not stupid. And that's hard for you because, unfortunately, we're not. And we're going to interpret these things how we do. But he went into how, like, this has just happened too many times. The quote misinformation about buying out Samuelson. What percentage, I'm in the no camp, I'll admit. What percentage of Sabres fans, the customers, even knew that there was any report about buying out Matthias Samuelson? It's summer. You've been bad forever. Who even knows this? What percentage of fans even knew that there was some report about this? I didn't. The day I learned that apparently there was some report about buying out Samuelson was today. And I pay kind of close attention to the Sabres. Not as much as I could be, but I didn't even know about it. And it said it's like a tirade. It sounds like a tirade, a typical one, a familiar one, about the media pushing these false narratives. And I just respectfully don't think you really know what the shot is here. Because, as I tweeted, imagine framing your idea having sympathy for the fans in this way. The reason you feel bad for Sabres fans is actually not the franchise's total irrelevance on like the sports scene, it arguably being the worst run franchise in sports. No, it's not that. It's not the results. It's that you have to listen to if there's a name here I should use, I will, but I really don't want to, because I don't think these media people, whoever he's talking about or implying here, are like trying to do a dishonest job. They're not trying. They're not. There's no. Who would care enough about the Sabres to do a hit job on the Sabres? Like they barely even rate. So I don't think anybody's doing it purposely. Maybe I'm wrong there. It's just like, imagine framing sympathy for the fans this way. That why you feel bad for them is because they have to listen to insider Joe Blow, who is misreporting, I guess, this thing that the Sabres are either in on or not in on. How out of touch can you be if you are doing that, if you are thinking that, let alone failing to restrain yourself from saying it in public? Like, I think this is maybe everybody. McDermott, Bean, everybody. I mean, I know some of these examples just privately where they cannot believe this report, this rumor that has gotten out that they think portrays them falsely. Like, that, fine. I mean, that is going to happen. A lot of people care about your team, even the Sabres. But to, like, be so thin-skinned that you would, after 14 years of no playoff appearances, after 19 of not even winning a single round, that's worse almost, after this, in Adam's case, being the GM of the team for 5 years and getting nowhere, they're no better than they were when he walked in, and they never even had a spike in the 5 years. How can you just miss the point so badly that what you end up coming out with is, yeah, actually, we never had this conversation about Samuelsson. So what if you did? You know what a serious team would do?
Talk about that.
They would talk about everything. Right. They would actually maybe have one, which he denied having, which, how is that in your mind something you want people to know? Actually have one conversation about eradicating a player from your roster with a big contract for a long time that maybe isn't even getting the job done. Like, you wouldn't even want people to think that you would discuss that? How bad is that? The palm trees, it was, if I owned the Sabres, if I were his boss, I would never want that, because all you're doing is making it all harder. All you're doing is basically you sound like you're making excuses, and you're telling the world, who wasn't even paying attention to you in the first place, that, yeah, you know what, I can't build a good team.
Yeah,
it's not fair.
You're enhancing what is, legitimately a problem at some level.
But he wasn't wrong.
Right.
He wasn't wrong
right
when saying that, yeah, we have these disadvantages to varying degrees. Okay, we get it. I don't really want you to, you work for me, I really don't want you to advertise it, but we kind of all know it already, and it's not like he's wrong. This, though, is just such a bad look. Like, this is, you didn't even ask me about this, but I want you to know there's one reporter that got it wrong one time, and that's not fair, and I feel sorry for my fans, for our fans, for having to listen to it. What is he even talking about?
Right.
Who cares? If your fans, 100% of your fans, instead of like 8%, knew that there was some report that you were talking about buying out Samuelsson, and they care enough about the team to have like followed it, and they saw the Jersey game, or they heard about it the next day, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what happened. My one job here, I didn't do it. Sorry. Like, if anybody's sort of that in tune with the Sabres, and they heard that the Sabres had one conversation, or 10 or 100, had one conversation about buying him out, what would they say? Okay, at least they're doing something. Maybe they're doing something.
Right.
I mean, it wouldn't even be bad. And he's so hung up on the criticism of the Sabres or him or Terry that, like, he couldn't wait this morning to tell you how unfair it is that somebody got that wrong as he sees it.
Right.
I'm just like, that's a disaster. I mean, that is just, you have nobody in your sphere helping you with the messaging. And how that's not an Adams thing. I guess he can't help himself. But that's a Pegula thing. And that's never been different. That's just never been different under Pegula. Like the messaging, everybody he had that had a good handle on what the messaging should be, he fired.
On top of it all, it's a player that, I'll use your figures. If 8% of the fans love this player and are paying attention, and like 92% would be like, get this guy off my team, it's a peculiar choice. You should know that. You should have some idea to not maybe use him as the example for this. I mean, it's a bad idea, period, at inception to make the point. You're at a time of the year where if Paul Hamilton or Mike Harrington does not ask you about a specific player, you don't have to tell us anything about them. You shouldn't volunteer any information about whether you're thinking about buying the guy out or not buying him out or whatever you're trading him, whatever. Wait till somebody asks you, and then, whatever you need to do. But to choose that player, like fans, you shouldn't feel bad for fans for contemplating whether you were going to buy out Matthias Samuelsson for 5 minutes or 5 days or however long ago this erroneous report, according to Adams, surfaced, because I think fans were going, oh, okay, they're doing something. Like, that's a problem. It's a big contract, and it's a guy that does not do the role he's here to do very well at all. In fact, ignoring your leading scorer being headhunted on your home rink. I mean, Tage Thompson was just talking about this on a podcast last week.
Yeah.
There's still scars there, and Samuelsson is, to me, the most culpable guy on the ice. He's the most that fits the profile of a guy who should have done something, and the guy who did it skated right by him. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. So it's not the idea of buying him out would be welcomed by your customers.
Maybe most wouldn't care at all.
Okay,
right?
But but the people who do care, that are paying attention and aren't drunk on the beach, would welcome it. I think
maybe. What? It's just like, it's just not it. Like. Samuel's, if he gets a question about, like you kind of said, if he gets a question about Samuel's status, he can answer it. But there's nothing, you have to have some humility here. Simply, you have to have some humility. You have to not just pretend that you do or say that you have it, but actually show, like, be convincing as, like, guys, I mean, I know you have questions. There's really nothing I'm going to say here that was going to satisfy you until we get somewhere. Last year he did, other times he's done that. Remember the one a year or two ago where he's like, he basically said what I just said. Maybe I'm just sort of thinking of it as I'm saying it subconsciously. Like, it's not going to be any different until we win. Like, we have to get somewhere first. We're not going to get Adams. I think has had it's gotten so long now and tiresome, but he's had. I always have said, you will vouch for me on this. I've always thought, like, at press conferences he was pretty good. Like I thought, like, he was genuine and He the line he toes is whether it sounds bad, but I think he's sort of trying to tell you what he really thinks and what's really happening. But I think today was, and people have said this about him that I've heard, just like so kind of maybe obsessed with the noise. And that's just not helping him. I mean, he has to survive at this for his sake. He has to survive at this long enough, maybe this will be forever, to just get to a point where he can breathe the air and not be, this would be what I would tell him if I knew him personally, like, just, it's not helping you to be so dug in on the internet or whatever it is you think your fans are hearing, who even knew this or cared about it that much. It just can't be, it is again today. Go figure. It just cannot be how the Sabres come across. They have no right to it. They have no right to come off as, yeah, actually, guys, it's not us. We're not the problem here. Like, and every bit of that tastes terrible. Every morsel of, it's really just the media is just wrong. It is, pounding the keyboard is just wrong. And how, maybe just because they don't pay anybody who's good at it to help. And that I would completely believe and actually probably bet a lot on. That can be someone with authority in that organization to be like, no, do not make this about the media. Do not make this about taxes. Do not make this about weather. Winnipeg was first in the league. Literally first in the league. They won the President's Trophy, and you're talking about palm trees. How does he not have somebody in a major league, quote, major league sports operation to rein that in? I mean, how is that even real? And it happened, and now we've got this, and it should be about the draft. It should be about prospects. It should be about, the good things. You want to sort of, what did I say yesterday all day? If the Sabres want to be aggressive, they should be telling everybody that all the time. That's what fans want, because it's not even a matter of rebuilding versus pushing anymore. They can't rebuild anymore. It's been too long. They're not going to be subject to the same standards as a sort of a normal team would, because it's been 14 years and everybody has to settle for, go for it. Even me. Like, I always want to back up. I don't say that as, to flatter myself. I always want to back up. I always want draft picks. I always want prospects. You want to win a championship or you want to suck? But the Sabres, the people can't afford that. They don't have a choice. So how is the messaging not more prominent, more right out there? We're going for it. And anybody, on our team who needs to hear it, I'm telling you, I'm probably also hopefully telling you in private, that's what we're doing. And it just took no time at all to get into, I feel sorry for our fans because they have to listen to false reports about Matthias Samuelsson. Sorry, Sammy. Also, I don't think I've ever heard a fan call him Sammy, but, we're not friends with him. So he's Sammy. It's just so bad. It's so bad. When, I'm way out there now, when coaches couldn't figure out because they didn't ever pick up a book to go forward on 4th and 1, you know who my problem was with? Announcers. Not coaches. Coaches aren't going to read. They're not going to listen. They're not going to listen to anybody who doesn't come from football. Eventually they did. It took 20 years. But they're not going to read a book. They're just going to tell you what their coach told them when they were 8. And it's always been the same. So we're just going to punt it. I mean, we had decades of that. My problem wasn't with coaches. They can't be helped. My problem was with announcers who's supposed to be able to pick up a book, supposed to want to, and do a good job for their customers. Their customers are not their players or their owner. Their customers are their listeners, their viewers. Those are the people that matter. So the announcers are supposed to be the one that know what's right. And they couldn't be bothered sometimes, and that would piss me off. This reminds me of that. Because I don't think he really knows who he's talking to. His fans don't even care. And he's talking about Samuelsson and a buyout. The fans that do care wouldn't even object to it.
Right. That's my big point. That's the miss to me. I don't know. They could. This has been going on the internet here for a few hours now. He could have had an agenda to want to rein any idea of him getting bought out because maybe they would like to trade him. I can buy that. But you do not need to go again. Don't volunteer it. You did. Maybe that though is why it's volunteered. Is because he wants to make sure he's heard saying that because he thinks he's going to be able to trade him with $4.5 million a year for whatever it is, 3 or 4 more years left. If it's even that little, it might be more than that. Still, it was a 7-year deal when he signed it. Holy cow! So it's just another day with one of the worst run teams in North America.
I mean, that's conservative, right? It has to be. Maggie Gray, who I've never listened to. Maggie Gray, CBS Sports, though. Their show today was, what's the worst run organization in sports? Like Phoenix Suns, New Orleans Saints? I didn't listen to it. I just saw the tweet. I'm like, you know what? When the Phoenix Suns missed the break-even NHL playoffs for 14 years in a row, which is far and away a record.
We can talk about it.
And they still nail their top 2 picks. They've been gifted 4 times, and they still do it. Then I'll listen to the Phoenix Suns, who I don't think, as a casual, do not think of as terrible at all. I think of Barkley played for the Phoenix Suns. Chris Paul, weren't they good a lot? Were they like? Didn't they win? Maybe they didn't win a championship. I don't know. It was like news to me that the Phoenix Suns might be like awfully run. How about just get to the middle one time in 15 years? Maybe like, despite Eichel, Reinhart, Dahlin, Power, like here it's almost like it's scripted here. We want to help you. Here are these great players.
Yeah.
No, they leave and win, and it just how. Explain to me what's worse run by results. What would it look like? The Pirates.
Yeah,
it might look like the Pirates.
The Pirates come to mind. Yeah,
when like the Sabres, and I've never been this, believe it or not, this cynical about the Sabres. But it's actually the Pirates. It seems like it's right. They get the best pitcher in the sport. He's 1-5 to win the Cy Young this year, and they can't score a run for him. He can't win a game. He's 1-5 to win the Cy Young this year, Paul Skeens. And the only conversation is like when he gets traded. Because everybody knows the Pirates will have no chance, no interest in paying him. Even the Bengals paid Higgins, but the Pirates would just never do it. Like that's bad. Yeah. When you're thought of that badly, like that's bad. But what the Sabres are kind of alike, because while I was never somebody that like when they drafted Reinhart or Eichel, like those guys will leave and win elsewhere. No, like I would never think like that. Some people would, and that's what happened. They got rid of them, and they just won cups like it's nothing. The Sabres have none in 55 years. Like, it's almost too obvious to be interesting. It's not even really that interesting.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It feels – I don't feel right pointing out that he should not have the job anymore because it's gone on so long that it just feels so repetitive. But – it still needs to be known and said, I think, because we're just trapped here. We're living in this hamster wheel that is being a Sabres fan. And it's just, the market deserves so much better. The fans deserve so much better. I mean, all of this stuff, I mean, all of it is valid. The lead is Peterka still. Like, that's a way more impactful situation than anything going on with Matthias Samuelsson, in my opinion. And, the way he sounded about that was not promising. I mean, he didn't say they're going to trade him.
He's gone.
So, maybe they will, we were talking yesterday with Chad, like drawing line in the sand. Like, you know what? We have your rights and we're just going to use them. And sorry, you don't have any leverage. We're not going to let everybody be free that isn't happy here right at the moment. But it did not sound. I mean, anytime a sports management person answers a question like that, the way he did, it's because it's if you could say yes, or excuse me, you could say no. You could tell us he hasn't asked to be traded. He doesn't want to get out of here. You would tell us. Kind
of like he did with Tuck today,
right?
Like Tuck, I think, is staying, and Peterka, I think, is going. I'm not sure if that's misinformation. If it comes from the Sabres, does it have to be true? when was that rule put into effect? All right, 803-0550. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog will lift your calls next here on WGR.
up to the very top of the draft. We do have a unique position, the fact that we have a lot of assets that would be pretty valuable in terms of young prospects, players, extra picks, all that stuff. So I think that gives us every opportunity. Jerry does a really good job of kind of clustering players for me. Okay, this is the time to strike a deal. If you can make a deal, do it now because this is the guy.
Kevin Adams today. Jerry Fortin is Jerry, assistant GM. Paul Hamilton will join us in half an hour. His thoughts on what was said today and the NHL draft this weekend, the futures of J.J. Peterka, Alex Tuck, all of us. Paul doesn't like to make predictions, though.
Right.
Paul, what am I looking at? 20 years? Would you take 20? Never mind. That's a little bit morbid. Aaron Rodgers, this was important that it got traction, says he's, quote, pretty sure, end quote, this will be his last season. Guy has,
I'm pretty sure his last season was 3 years ago.
I've got messaging issues with the Sabres. We all should. It just doesn't seem major league at all. You got to give Rodgers credit for finding ways to just anything he says, I guess, is news. What is that? He's 40. He'll be 42 at the end of the season. He's pretty sure. Everybody would be pretty sure this will be his last season. What is it for him to say it? He wouldn't even say definitely.
Right.
Just he's pretty sure. Adam Schefter bites on that.
Well, you never know. I mean, if they win the Super Bowl, he might want to run it back.
He might anyway. What he's going to want to do, I don't know. Maybe he won't. But feels like what he might want to do is just drag it on next year. Just drag it out. Not drag it on, drag it out. Just like he did this year. I'm glad we treat things like that. Is that misinformation? No, it's not misinformation, but it's useless. It's obvious. It's not even news at all.
It's pointless information.
Alex is with us. Hi, Alex.
How are we?
Alex? Hi, go ahead.
Thanks, boys. I'm gonna try to stay calm right now. Is it Groundhog's Day? And does this guy not self-evaluate at all? We just went through this in December. He talks about being sad for the fans. We're sad that Matthias Samuelsson, the man with the gusto of a wet sock, is on this team. He should have been cut immediately after the Nason hit, and now he's Sammy Boy. Okay, Sammy Boy, are you kidding me? And Kevin's to blame. But the Sabres PR department also needs to be fired because they're clearly not giving him the right information. They're putting memos every day on his desk. And now I'm wondering if Kevin Adams just can't read. And it's the same condescension. It's the same talking down. It's the same, we know more than the fan base energy. And I'm losing my mind over here. And every time he's asked a tough question, he does this smug little laugh. And it's like, dude, I get that it's a defense mechanism. But, you're a general manager. Get your everything together. Your act together, yes. And on Samuelsson, there are literally social media accounts dedicated to cutting this guy from the team because we're ashamed to have him wearing a sweater after his response to the hit on Tage Thompson.
Well, the point I would make is not whether you should be ashamed he's on the team or anything. The point is Adams was eager, champing at the bit today to bring up that there was some report about their buying him out that he thought was erroneous, and maybe he's right. And he was so eager to tell you that. I think a serious organization would have maybe discussed it, but if that's not what to be expected, if that's not to be expected from the Sabres, at least let's just sort of calm down and read the room, see the whole board, and make sure what you are not today is indignant about media coverage on the heels of a 14th straight non-playoff season, which is by far an NHL worst.
Especially about one of your least popular players. If this is about Tage Thompson or Rasmus Dahlin, Dahlin wants out and Adams wants to take his shirt off and go just crazy screaming about how erroneous that is, I think Sabres fans are going, okay, man, yeah, I hope that's right because I love this guy. He's excellent and we need him and we can't just keep trading away top overall picks because they're unhappy and we can't win. Okay, great. Samuelsson is one of the least popular players on the team with the fan base.
But what is even like the range? You know? Like Dahlin is tops. Is he the most popular player on the team?
I would say probably him and Thompson, Tuck, guys who are good, that play their roles, that know what they're here to do. Samuelsson is a 6'3", 220-pound man who is not a deft puck mover, not a great skater, not someone who's you're really counting on to carry the puck out of the zone and out of danger. He's here because he's big and rugged and supposed to be tough and protecting people. And he's on the ice when Tage Thompson gets blasted. And I said this the day after, and I'll say it again right now. Even if you don't know what happened, the linesmen, just open your eyes. The linesmen are chasing the guy around the ice who laid the hit because they know hockey players, plural, many of them, are going to be coming. And you're just watching. I don't know. I didn't see it. That is. I'm with anybody who thinks that was cause for termination immediately. Now it's not that easy because it's a hockey player with a guaranteed contract, and you can't just walk away from. I mean, you can, but there's repercussions. It's just not a guy that any Sabres fan is upset hearing misinformed speculation about at all. Fans would welcome it. It would be an opportunity to get someone playing 22 minutes a night who might actually help the team.
Yeah, I guess.
What do you mean you guess?
No, I mean, I what do I mean? I mean, sure. Yes, sure. I don't even know that he rates. When I ask, who's the most popular player on the team, Dahlin, Thompson, it's the point from yesterday, which is what are the feelings if they move those guys? They've had no success with any of them. It's not that they're not good. It's just I don't know if most fans even care about Samuelsson or could identify him. I mean, that's not wrong, what you said. It's just I don't know.
I don't know, man. You've said that 3 times, so I'm sorry if I got overly aggressive there, but I think that's preposterous. That fans don't know who Mattias Samuelsson is and what his shortcomings are. Fans do still care about this team. And he is at the flashpoint of the season's most embarrassing disaster, other than the Palm Trees news conference.
And the record.
So that's why it's just an odd choice to make him the guy that you feel bad that fans have to listen to speculation about. It's just not. You talk about reading the room and knowing who your customers are. It couldn't be less informed about any of those things. That's the point.
Well, I don't. Okay. Adams will use. I mean, Samuelsson is a little bit down the list at least. He just wants to complain about the media. He just wants to defend himself in his way about what he thinks is unfair. And I think it would be pretty easy to find stuff online in the media that would be at least a little bit wrong, that would rankle you. But how is it still becoming the story? That's what he's getting wrong, if it's not just the record, because, that's bad enough. But it's just he needs somebody to settle him down and to be nobody cares about this. It's not that nobody cares about Samuelsson. It's just this is totally not what we're here to be talking about. He's using this kind of random whatever. I don't even know what it is. I told you earlier, I didn't even know about it. He's using this kind of random opportunity to rail against the media, and basically, what's his point? His point with Palm Trees was what? It's not fair to me. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to me. And isn't this the same thing? And does anybody care? Does anybody sympathize? Does anybody really want to sort of listen to that? Don't we kind of want somebody else at that point that isn't going to sound like that and be like, it's the media's fault, it's it's New York State's fault, it's Mother Nature's fault. That was the thing then, I think, and this is a form of it, which is if you can't do it, then we'll find somebody else who can or is willing to, give it a try. That's what I would say.
Right. Well, choosing to do it, just to say it one more time, choosing to do it and using a player that the fans would, I think, very much like to see not on the team anymore is just a horrible choice. That's it. It's just not the guy. I mean, if that's the only guy you've got a wrong report about, then keep it in your pocket. If somebody asks you about Matthias Samuelsson and you want to make this point that's erroneous and you want to defend him, fine. But leading with it like as some way of saying, fans, I feel your pain, is just it's a big miss. I mean, it's just not even on target at all.
That's what I mean on Samuelsson is like. I mean, I don't know what you know about it. I'm telling you again, I didn't know anything about it. He's thinking that this is a story that fans are annoyed by, right? Whether they like Samuelsson or not, or whether they're being lied to or whatever it is. Like for Adams, this is top of mind. Should it be? What is the story? What is the report? I don't know. I still don't know.
It was really just that, is that Sabres are considering a buyout of Matthias Samuelsson.
Somebody said that.
Yeah.
Somebody national?
I think Frank Saravelli's name was attached to it. I haven't gone to find it, but I think that's what it was.
Which, if the word is considering, you don't need to have a conversation with them to consider it. Who's the Sabres? Adams alone? Somebody else? Like, doesn't even have to be wrong if that's the actual wording. You're not quoting, I think.
No.
But just remember with Middlestat how Adams was like indignant at one point. It was one of the first times I ever saw him this way. Like, we're not shopping Casey Middlestat, right?
Right.
Then he was traded.
Right.
You know, they're not shopping him, but they're listening. And it was important to him to make that distinction. That we're not calling teams about him.
Right.
They're calling us. Well, how stupid is that? How could you care about that? We listen to everything. Today, we think about it, we talk about everything. It's just so easy. Hockey players love to make the simple play. Every hockey announcer, make the simple play. Pucks to the net, make the safe, simple play. Here was the safe, simple play. We have conversations about every player, every scenario. That's it.
Right.
And that's all you have to say. And why step in it? It's so easy. It should be so easy, which I think is why I get so crazy when they blow it. Because it really should be so easy. For all the times sports gets away with not actually answering the question or not telling you the truth, how dare anybody in sports talk about misinformation? That's upper body, mid body, Josh Norris injury on the official injury report. We don't know. Like, how dare anybody associated with the team complain about misinformation? Yeah. They're the number one answer on the board when it comes to misinformation. They're the ones who don't want you to know the truth for all kinds of other reasons. But no, today, I bet that didn't come up today. Now it's whoever's fault. He's probably feeling like, thank God I've got the Samuelsson thing, or else, I don't know, I would have had to pick something else.
Yeah.
To make the point. The number one point I want to make, which is this game is rigged. Paul coming up at 4. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR. Happier news pertaining to the Sabres. Alexander McGillney was elected to the Hockey Hall of Fame, one of 8. That sounds like another new wing. 8.
That's a lot. It's a big class.
I think he should have gone in with no more than 3 others. But that's not how it went. Chara, Thornton, Duncan Keith. Duncan Keith and Alexander McGillney made the Hockey Hall of Fame in the same year. I think of Duncan Keith, I think of his rookie card, which I have. As an adult, I was buying these, and I have one.
Yeah,
and I think of him as a rookie.
What year is that from?
2005-06.
Yeah.
Same as Ovechkin.
McGillney would have been retired for a few years by
Probably.
Did he play into the early 2000s, I think?
I think he played to the canceled season. A lot of those guys did, right? Shanahan, Hull.
Wow, that's right.
Didn't they all play all the way up to the canceled season, and then they... Well, Shanahan played in the... Brendan Shanahan was on the Rangers team, the last team the Sabres beat in a round.
Right.
But I think others of those guys, and Thornton played a long time after that.
Yeah, Thornton just stopped year before last, I think.
Or 3, right? Because maybe it's 3. You have to be out for 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would
maybe
make sense. I always thought it was 5.
McGillney had to be out for 30.
Yeah.
To get in.
Yeah, they made him wait.
I feel like I deserve some of the credit because I played golf with him when he was a rookie.
Oh, well, welcome to the area.
And not a one-timer. He's never been on the show, but sort of a half one-timer through me. And I must have taught him something.
I played golf with Chris Drury, a whole round of golf with Chris Drury before he even put on a Sabre uniform. How about that?
How was he?
Awesome.
Really?
Yeah, he really was awesome.
That's good.
He was really awesome. And he hit, there was a closest to the pin, and for some reason, well, not for some reason, there was a Sabres camera crew. It was a Sabres alumni tournament. So there were camera crews going around shooting things, and closest to the pin, they happened to show up as we were in the tee box, and Drury stuck one like 4 feet.
Wouldn't it just be like him to do that?
Right. Like the
lights were on.
He comes here with this reputation for being this clutch guy, and here it's it's whatever. It's a golf tournament, but bang, right there. It was pretty cool.
Yes. McGillney, I just remember, I don't think he had played a game yet either. I think it was that previous summer.
All right.
Like a neighbor of mine on the island was connected to Luce, and that meant like McGillney was jumping off their dock. And I remember like neighbors and my sisters and people were over at the house. I'm like, I think that's him right there. The guy just cannonball. That guy right there
That's
is
awesome.
Alexander McGillney. And then I played golf with him through a lucky connection at some point, I think the same summer. And I just remember all he did was swear. Like he didn't know a lot of English. It was all like from the locker room. Mm-hmm. I got the sense that he'd only learned English through like other hockey players, which wasn't,
There's probably
different
a lot
than
of
me.
swearing involved there, yeah. Right.
We were speaking different languages, I think I could say. That's probably safe. Paul Hamilton coming up. We'll talk to Paul about McGillney and his honor, and also Kevin Adams and the comments made by the Sabres GM earlier today with the draft coming up this weekend. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
8 new inductees into the Hockey Hall of Fame today, and that does include former Sabre Alexander Mogilny. Mogilny, famous for defecting to the United States from the Soviet Union in 1989 to play with the Sabres. He then spent the first 6 years of his career with Buffalo, and in those 6 years, he played in 381 games and scored 211 goals. Zdeno Chara and Joe Thornton are some of the other names that were inducted today into the Hockey Hall of Fame. We also had pre-draft availability for the Sabres today. General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin took questions from the media, and we'll get more on all of that as Paul Hamilton is set to join the show next. And for the draft, round 1 is set to begin on Friday. And the second half of the season begins this evening for the Bisons. They will host the Iron Pigs just after 6:30, and that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I have a fantasy question for Bulldog, but it can wait. Paul Hamilton with us. I don't think Paul's ready for this question, so it can wait. We'll put it off. We'll save it. Paul Hamilton on the West Her Hotline. There is tension in this room when the Sabres are the topic.
Yeah, I was listening.
You know, you could hear it. You could sense it.
Right.
Because you're trying to have an honest conversation, but you're trying also to not be repetitive and too mean and just try to sort of navigate it in a healthy way. And it's not easy sometimes, Paul, with these guys.
Yeah. No, it's not. You just never know from one time to the next, what you're going to get. And, I understood the first part. I really don't think they've given up on keeping J.J. Peterka. I think that's what they would like to do. If you talk about an insider who I think has done some very good reporting on this, I think it's Pierre LeBrun, who actually said that the Sabres still would want to keep J.J. Peterka, and although they are listening to offers, and offers have come, I don't think they've given up on it. And just the fact that Peterka gave no indication whatsoever when he spoke at the end of the year that he had any problems with the Sabres. Adams said, the meetings were positive, productive, and honest between them. And he said Peterka even analyzed his own game, talking about how he needs to be better defensively. And I firmly believe this is agent, that this is coming from an agent who would like to get him in a bigger market. And, where, you might have other opportunities, plus you can make more money. And that's the type of agent Alan Walsh is. And I think that's where it's – so that, I think, is why maybe the Sabres are still hoping that, well, if this really isn't coming from J.J. Peterka and his agent convinced him of this, that, maybe they can convince him that, he might want to stay. So I get that. Why would you come out in the media and talk about how J.J. Peterka feels? If he wants to come out and talk about it, that's his business. But I totally get why the Sabres wouldn't want to. But nobody asked about Matthias Samuelsson in the middle of that. And, when he was talking about that. And it just kind of obviously that was a bee in his bonnet. And, he wanted to talk about how that. And from the start, I pretty much knew that was misinformation. I'm not saying they shouldn't be looking to get Matthias Samuelsson off the team, and I think a trade is a more likely thing. Why would you put him on your books for 10 years? I understand it's less than $1 million, but still, especially Terry Pegula, who doesn't really like paying people. They're still paying Christian Ehrhoff. He's not on the salary cap, but they're still paying him. I think it's $857,000 or somewhere in that range. But again, wait until somebody brings it up. It was on my list to bring up, and he probably knew it was going to get brought up. But sometimes you get lost in press conferences, and things are brought up, and then things you don't get to.
And it ends, right. Yeah. On Peterka, Paul, would you understand? I think my answer would be yes. Would you understand if the organization, Adams himself, it could be Pegula for all we know, gun-shy about handing out like the 7 or 8 year extension. He's young enough to want to do that with. But maybe they're fearful that the shortcomings in his game, especially defensively, like all-around play, are going to be enough of a problem that they don't want to build around it. They don't want to lock themselves into another piece of the core that hasn't been successful, right? We're all clamoring for change, and like Peterka's not my idea of a good change because I still think that that's one of your best players. But I wonder if they're scared off by, well, the miss on Samuelson. That seemed like, oh, get him young. Look at this, $4.5 million. It'll be a bargain in 3 years, and not so much. It's more like a boat anchor now tied around them. So
Cousins was in that boat too.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, very good. Thank you. You forget about him because he's only been gone a few months now. But sure, another example of getting burned on jumping too quick on the long-term commitment. The downside to that is you treat Peterka like Reinhart, and maybe you walk him right up to where he's starting to have leverage, and then you end up in trouble. All I'm asking is, would you understand if they were reluctant to give a long-term deal to Peterka?
The only thing with Peterka is he has scored goals now 2 years in a row, 28 and 27. So now his defensive game, I thought, was better. The numbers really don't bear that out. The numbers basically say it was pretty bad. And it's not wrong. But, I thought it was somewhat a little bit better. I noticed times where he was busting his butt to try to get back and try to break up plays and that type of thing. So it's not like he doesn't realize it or can't get better at it. So for me, in the scoring, and his assists were way up this past year, at least you have a 2-year, because I think they did learn a lesson from what they did, because none of these restricted free agents, they were eligible for contracts since last July 1st, and none of them got them. Mm-hmm. And so it showed me right there that they maybe learned from past experiences. So in this case with Peterka, I would say you've got 2 years where I think we can say that this guy's probably going to be a good goal scorer and maybe close to a 30-goal scorer, if not over, after what we've seen the last couple of years. McLeod is the one that, to me, is tricky because he set by far career highs in goals, assists, and points, but he's only done it for 1 year. Now, if you ask me, do I think he can do that consistently? Yes, I do think that. But I'm not sure after what's happened in this organization, I'm not sure I'd do it this year. After just 1 year of seeing it, I might want to see it again. So I might want to do a 2-year deal or something with him just to make sure what I think in my mind and what I saw is something that's going to be a consistent thing for him. But in Peterka's case, we've seen it now for 2 years.
Paul, if no, then no. Do you have anything more you want to say about Adams and his stuff about, like, misinformation? I mean, I just think being his bonnet is a good start, like Samuelson in this case, but I feel like he's just increasingly ready to go on that. And how about someone from within sports, preaching to us about misinformation? I mean, really, how many times do pro sports teams fudge it or just are not honest with you for whatever reason? It might even be a good reason, but it's not like the market's cornered on that. And, just like, does the GM of a team that's missed the playoffs for so long and someone who's been in charge of it for so long within that really need to be pushing that narrative? Does anybody want to hear it? Does he have anybody? Obviously, I have a lot to say about this. Does he have anybody who can sort of get to him? Apparently not. Be like, this is just really not the right chord to strike.
Well, anybody who would care about what this particular person, and it was Frank Saravelli, has to say, would read him enough to know that he is not right a lot. And that's why I tend to ignore much of what he says. I tend to ignore much of what a lot of folks say out there because a lot of it just I know is wrong. As soon as that came out, it made no sense to me. It's like, why would you pay this guy for 10 years? And the thing is, it'll bear itself out. You don't need to say anything. You know why? Because if you're not planning on buying him out, people will realize he was wrong. Because you never bought the player out.
What he said was that they had considered it. right? Wasn't that what the report was? They had considered it. So
I've seen it considered. I've seen it
looking
close.
at. Okay, I didn't
looking
see close.
at.
Yeah.
It's getting closer. That type of thing. But it'll bear itself out in the end that the person who does it is wrong.
So
because you're not going to buy him out. So you don't have to say anything because people will find out that he's wrong.
So if you want this question, good. If not, again, ignore it. But how would you advise Adams? Like, this has been true forever. There are a lot of people talking, and a lot of them don't have it, and that's been true forever. Would you tell Adams to sort of like just try to shake it off and not make it a focal point, or would you say something else?
Well, for the last couple of years, he didn't. You said thin-skinned earlier, and I think you hit it right on the head. He all of a sudden started getting criticized, and I don't think it was unfair. People gave him, at that point, 4 years, and their team had gotten no better. This is a team that in 5 years is still in 20. For the years he's had this team is the 25th best team in the league. And that's all you've gotten. You haven't made this team any better. Yeah, in some instances you've probably made it worse. So why would you be so upset that you're being criticized to a point where, you pass media people in the hallway, and if you get a hello, you might be lucky. Most of the times you're ignored. And, and then he's had some press conferences where he's gotten into it with the media. And you can't win that battle. You just can't. And that's maybe where Kekalainen can come in and just tell him, look you might be mad at the media, scream and yell in an empty room and throw things at the wall later. Just don't, in front of people, just be nice, answer the questions, don't let on, because at the end of the day, you're not going to win a battle with the media. You're just not. Fair or not fair, you're just not going to win it. I mean, you talk show hosts have the microphone 5 days a week. I'm doing reports every day. Mike Harrington's writing reports every day, along with commentaries. You're just not going to win that fight. And the people in pro sports, or anything really, that realize that you just let it be. You're not going to win the battle. Just, do your press conference and say the right things, and don't try to fight it. Just let it be. Let your actions do your talking for you.
Mm-hmm. Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline with us here on WGR. The NHL Draft is Friday. That is why Kevin Adams was speaking today, along with Assistant General Manager Jerry Fortin. How about Tuck, Paul? I've been shook by how Tuck sounded at locker cleanout. Adams, if you want to take him at his word, sounded pretty definitive about quelling any speculation about Tuck's future. I think he used the phrasing, he wants to be here.
Yeah, I'm sure they've sat down, and if there were any things that needed to be hashed it out. He's talked about, he's had tough conversations with players, and there are players who get frustrated. He gets frustrated, and they need to talk it out and have conversations on this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. And I've heard from players that he also is open to listening to a player's opinions on some things, and I think he would be very interested in Alex Tuck's opinions because of the leader Tuck is and how long he's been around. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to follow it, but I think he'd be interested in what Tuck has to say. And, so that wouldn't surprise me if Alex Tuck is in a position right now where, he's... Because he loves the Buffalo Sabres. He has since he's a little kid. He was a fan of the team. He was ecstatic when he was traded to the Buffalo Sabres. And, if he's been made to feel that he's a priority, and Adams has said that twice now, that, he's a priority, then, I think there's a pretty good chance this could get done.
With Paul Hamilton. Paul, directly, do you think Lindy Ruff, or do you know if Lindy Ruff has the staff he wants?
I think he does. I think the staff is in his hands. I had heard that was going to happen, and and that's the way it should be. And then Lindy Ruff, he either gets the team where it needs to be, or he sinks the ship with them. And if this is the staff he wants, then it's the staff he should have. And I believe that. I don't believe in the general managers picking assistant coaches which has been done around here. I believe that's Lindy Ruff's job. Lindy Ruff is looking to add to the staff, but it doesn't sound like that any changes will be made as far as subtracting from it. But that should be Lindy Ruff's job, and it sounds like it is his job. Now, I think he and Adams talk about it, but I think Ruff, sounds like he has the final say in his coaching staff, and he has to sink or swim with whatever decisions he makes there.
What was said, if anything, today about this weekend, like the ninth pick and what the plans are?
Well, I'm going to get into that tomorrow when I write. There was too much to talk about today in one thing, so I'll get to, and I wrote that in my article, that tomorrow I'm going to be talking about the draft with what Adams and Jerry Fortin had to say. They absolutely are open to trading the ninth pick overall. He said probably more than maybe in the past he's open to it, and he should be open to it. Yeah, prospects are great, but right now they have so many prospects who I think are good prospects, but they don't have enough spots on the Buffalo Sabres to put them all there. And that's the thing about Savoy. Some people got very upset that they traded Savoy. Well, they had 3 first-round picks in that draft alone. And you got a player that you didn't have who has high-end speed, might be the second fastest guy in the league, who set career highs in goals, assists, and points, is good in his zone, I think is a perfect number 3 center. He's exactly what they needed. So, to me, we don't know what Matt Savoy
I think it's a good trade at the time.
Sure it is.
Period.
And if Matt Savoy becomes a good player, so be it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. As long as the Sabres get what they need out of it, Matt Savoy may become an excellent player. Matt Savoy might never play in the league again. We don't know. I mean, it's an unknown there, and you have 3 first-round picks, and I'm not sure Matt Savoy is even the best of the 3. Yuri Kulich might be the best of the 3, and he was the last one taken. Of the 3. So that's the thing. You've got these, and I call it currency. Use it. Use it to get yourself some. I don't care. Hellenius, I know they loved getting him last year, but if it gets you the player you want, see ya. Make the trade, because right now they need players that are on the roster now. They don't need futures.
Alexander McGillney makes the Hall of Fame. Greg Wyshynski tweets that he reports that they woke him up at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So maybe he lives in Russia, or maybe he lives abroad.
Yes, he does. Yes.
About time, Paul.
Oh, it is about time. I mean, I'm just writing the article now. I mean, 76 goals in 77 games. A goal a game. Can you imagine now if somebody's scoring a goal a game? I mean, and he had just come off a 39-goal year and a 30-goal year with the Sabres. That was in his 4th season that he scored 76 goals and 127 points. Now, he never did either one again, but with the Vancouver Canucks, 2 years, was it 2 years later? He had, or 3 years later, he had 55 goals and 107 points. I mean, this is a guy that almost had 500 goals in this league, played almost 1,000 games, had 1,032 points. This was an elite player. And the Sabres, I loved it that they took a flyer on him in the 5th round of the 88 draft, and I think they never thought he was going to play. They never thought he was going to come over. It was unheard of then. And Jerry Meehan goes undercover and is taking him through country after country, after he defected from the Russian junior team and got him to the United States. And from what I understand by reading that story and hearing it told, they risked their lives at times too doing it.
That's
with the KGB chasing him around and everything, and they got him here. And what a player he was, not only for the Buffalo Sabres, but all the teams, the Vancouver Canucks, the New Jersey Devils, where he won a Stanley Cup, the Toronto Maple Leafs. I mean, he had a very distinguished career, and I don't understand why it took so long.
Yeah, the player on the ice himself warrants inclusion in the Hall of Fame. The story behind him getting to North America in the first place, I mean, I don't know how that factors into Hall of Fame voting, but it's one of the most important stories in the history of North American hockey that happened. Like, he was a trailblazer. Like, if anything else, I mean, I'm glad they didn't make him wait to be in the builder category or something, but it is a significant occasion that happened there that should be recognized, and it finally is.
Yeah, he's 56 years old. How I just don't understand why you just had to wait so long. What held you back? I mean, he's got the numbers. He has one of the most unique stories of getting to the NHL that there is. I just don't understand what held you back. He and LaFontaine together were absolutely electric. I mean, what a treat it was to watch them play. I just told you that McGillney had 76 goals in 77 games and 127 points. LaFontaine had 95 assists and 148 points in 84 games. And don't forget about Dale Hawerchuk, who chipped in with 96 points and 80 assists. I mean, you say to yourself, how did that team not win the Stanley Cup? When you have that kind of talent in your top three, Dave Andrechuk was also on that team for a while until he got traded. And you just wonder how. And Dominik Hasek was on that team. He's
eventually, yeah.
He and Fjord, Fjord played 29 games. Hasek played 28. But you just say to yourself, how did that team, not become a cup with LaFontaine, McGillney, and Hawerchuk doing what they were doing?
It might be my favorite Rick Jenneret call. Alexander McGillney, who said he's afraid to fly? He left a vapor trail. So good. Also, one more direct question. How did you like Coors Field?
Oh, I loved it. Oh, it's I had bought seats where I could see the sunset into the mountains. Unfortunately, the clouds rolled in and I didn't get to see a sunset. But a very, very quick story I'll tell you guys because you'll be amused. We used to work with Bob Gaughan, who you guys know very well. And just for fun, I thought, well, Bob, give me 2 runs. I'll take Colorado. At the time, they were 12-55.
Wow.
Give me 2 runs, and if I win, I get 20, you get 10. All right. He says go. So here we are in the top of the 8th inning. It's 6-3 Colorado. So now I'm up 8-3 because I have 2 runs.
And you're getting 2-1.
And I'm getting 2-1. San Francisco scores 4 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th, and I lose.
Moral of the story, never bet the Rockies?
Never gamble with Bob Gaughan is the moral of the story.
They won 10-7. They won 10-7, and I lost 10-9 with my 2 runs. And I couldn't believe it. 7 runs they gave up in the 8th and 9th. Bob went to bed thinking he lost. He gets up and found out that he won.
That'll keep you at a Rockies game until the end.
And I didn't have a good start either because in the top of the first inning, the Giants got a base hit and a home run. Their first 2 batters, a home run, and now it's 2-2 in my league.
Yeah, you weren't
even the first 2 batters.
You didn't even get 1 out before you were even.
Yep, I knew you guys would love that. I was probably the only one in the stadium that was still engaged in the game in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Or everyone left was because there's no other reason to be there. Everybody you saw in the 9th inning had action.
I'm gonna guess there were probably some other people that were gambling on the game in there. Yeah,
I loved it though because it made it more interesting, and it took me right to the end, even though I didn't quite make it. So, but it was fun.
We'll be looking for your piece tomorrow. Thank you, Paul.
Yep, take care.
There you go. That is Paul Hamilton on the West Her Hotline, and his appearances here are always brought to you by Equitable Advisors. Planning for your future is about more than just money. Let Equitable be your guide, and by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this.
Who knew Paul spoke sportsbook? Really didn't. No. I don't think I've ever had a conversation like that.
That's why he was so eager to tell the story.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely not intimidated by any. Like when you talk about betting, he's like, I don't know what. I'm just a caveman. I don't know what your laws, what any of this is you're speaking of. But now Paul's sort of like chapter and verse. Good for him, I say. 803-0550. Kevin Adams, and he feels bad for you. All the misinformation you get about the Sabres. Do you appreciate that? Are you someone who's the thrust of your discontent with the Sabres is misinformation from other people? Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550. Sal still to come today. This is WGR.
of Fame today, and that does include former Sabre Alexander Mogilny. Mogilny, famous for defecting to the United States from the Soviet Union in 1989 to play with the Sabres, spent his first 6 years of his career in Buffalo, and in those years, Mogilny played at 381 games and scored 211 goals. Zdeno Chara and Joe Thornton, some of the other names being inducted this year. We also had pre-draft availability for the Sabres. General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin, they took questions from the media, and Adams spoke on the avenues the Sabres could take at number 9 overall.
I would say I've had conversations up to this point from teams that are all the way up at the top of the draft right to teams behind us, preparing for every possible scenario, moving up or down, and also being willing to move the pick altogether.
Round 1 will get underway at 7 p.m. on Friday, and the second half of the season begins this evening for the Bisons. They will host the Iron Pigs tonight just after 6:30, and that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Jarmo, in my discussions with him leading up to hiring him, was I'm all in. And I'm going to be every part of this organization he's going to get involved with, add his experience, his perspective. He's going to be based out of Columbus, which in some ways is great because it's an NHL city and you get a lot of the pro scouting reports that he can add. But then 4.5-hour drive for him to be, in the car and here in Buffalo, and he'll be here a lot. He has been, in a very short time, really, really big asset for me personally, for the whole organization.
Kevin Adams, so he told you there, Jarmo Kekalainen won't be moving to Buffalo. I guess it can be all in without actually living in the city or with the team. It's not, sports is going to be like politics. Is politics still like politics, where like there are journalists who record how many meetings you went to? I mean, I'd like to know Eric Stahl. I kind of like to think that all in. I mean, again, like the nerve. All in when you're not even going to live here. How can that be all in? Because they have an NHL team, it's okay? It doesn't have to be bad. It just can't be all in if you're not even living here. How?
I think that's fair. I appreciate the benefit of being on top of another NHL building where you can see different players and you don't have to send scouts to travel there to do any pro scouting. Okay, that's convenient, but yeah, I don't know. It's not a 4.5, 5 hours. It's not Rochester. It's a commitment. You just did this. I mean, you're right. Weren't you just in Columbus with your kids?
I was
back and forth. I mean, it's not.
And I was in Albany. Those were both 4.5 hour drives.
So I don't know.
But I went
when I heard that. You know what I thought? Well, at least it's not Finland. That's what I thought. So, it's not entirely complimentary, obviously, but, it's better than him being in Finland, which I honestly thought might have been a possibility.
Karmanos, too, right? Was he even
I saw
around?
reference to that, and I'd never heard that. I don't know that anyone's even asked the question before. And I don't know that it came up, but I just saw it phrased that way, that like the two people you might be most excited about being a part of the organization aren't here every day. But I don't know that officially on Karmanos, but obviously Adams told you about Kekalainen.
All in. Here's Trevor next. Hi, Trevor.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking the call.
Appreciate you calling.
Sure. Mike, some years ago, I don't know if you'll remember, you wrote a column in which Terry Pegula holds a press conference, this idea or this wish that he holds a press conference and serves steak sandwiches. I don't know if you remember that, but
I remember this
because it was so good.
Thanks.
In the column, you talked all about how you really had Terry in this thought experiment, kind of leveling with fans and talking with them about why they did the things they did, being open, being honest, and just a level of clarity that we don't hear from the GM today. And I think that's, for me as a fan, that's what I wish for most, is the sense of being leveled with. You have this horrible drought. And in light of that, there's this ego and sense of entitlement that I don't need to answer these questions, being frustrated with rumors. And that's the type of stuff, from my way of thinking, that you get away with when you are a perennial contender team, where if you want to be a jerk, well, you win all the time. At least you win all the time.
Yeah.
But the Sabres don't have that luxury. And meanwhile, they don't say the right things, especially the GM gets himself in trouble regularly with the things he says. And I guess that's kind of what I wanted to reflect most of all, is thinking about your column, wishing that the GM would level with us as fans and kind of talk to us open and honest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Trevor.
Great memory on that column. I remember that, too. I don't remember the details, but the steak sandwich thing I remember.
It's just... I've been in this kind of place on a couple of these things recently, and I don't want it to sound like I could just walk in and do these jobs, because I don't think that way. I don't feel that way. But it just should not be so hard when you have the advantage. You know, Adams, the media does not have this advantage. The media gets sort of like, does not get the benefit of the doubt all the time. The sports team has the fans, like you own them. And at anything neutral, you're sort of going to get the benefit of the doubt. Like, you don't have to be honest. You know, you do eventually have to win, but sort of like you get the platter laid out for you, and to sort of spit on it like this and, you know, just hit the wrong notes so often it should be easily avoidable. And most of what I get from him, have gotten from him, I've mostly liked. I feel like he is being honest. And maybe that's his failure or his struggle here, is his wanting to tell you how he feels, and the media thing drives him nuts. But it just should be so easy for big business. Are the Sabres big business? I kind of was thinking they were. Maybe they're not. It's so easy for big business to stay out of that ditch, usually. And these guys just can't. It's shades of Donahoe, Adams, now. Like, Donahoe didn't, he let it out. He criticized fans the one famous time, but he had a problem with, like, he and I had conversations privately about certain media people who we thought were just not honest or just accurate, and it really bothered him. And most of the time he didn't make a thing out of it, you know, publicly, but it really bothered him. And I just remember thinking, like, dude, I got a lot to learn here for my part in this, but don't worry about it. You're in the chair. Yeah. You're in the chair. Act like it. You know, just don't be so consumed with people you outrank.
Right.
And Adams doesn't have Donahoe's credibility either. And another difference is Ralph. Because when Donahoe got loose, Ralph had enough. Like, that was not going to fly with Ralph Wilson. You're out. I mean, Donahoe was a winner, and he was qualified and knowledgeable and, you know, in theory, a good face for the organization. But when he crossed over into, you know, it was more kind of like attack mode, Ralph just like, no.
That was the end of it.
That was
right.
it.
Yeah.
That was it. And what sense do you get from Pegula with Adams? Like, that there's just no scenario where Adams would be replaced.
Didn't Ralph Wilson eventually write a letter, like a rebuke of Donahoe over the signs being confiscated and stuff? Like, at the end of Donahoe's tenure, I think there was like an ad apology from the owner. Like,
yeah, there was something, a statement or something.
I'm getting, like, today, Samuelson is today. You know, a few months ago we had the palm trees and the taxes. Last year at the deadline we had Zemgus Girgensons as the fabric of the team. Have some idea, if it rankles you so much that you think you're being treated unfairly by the media, maybe try to find some people within that structure that you can trust, that you should read, that you should have some idea how your fans are feeling about these players that you are sticking up for. Because you're missing badly. You are not pleasing the majority of your fans. I'm not saying that Zemgus Girgensons didn't have his fans. I'm one of them. I admired him as a player. But to talk about him as this... The guy never sniffed the playoffs until he left here and played for Tampa last year, and he's the fabric of the team. He's so important. Your team is nowhere, dude. You cannot pluck out the fourth liner and tell us how important he is, and we're all missing the mark here, and he's got to keep coming back on 1 year or 3 year contracts. Like, stop already. This today with Samuelson is like the same bell being rung. Like, you don't recognize that your fans do not hold these people as near and dear as you think they do. They are 100% replaceable commodities to the fan base. They are not guys that I can't believe you're doing that with that guy. It's the opposite, even. And that is just, it's just not reading at all what is going on in reality out here.
Yeah. It's tone deaf, right?
Yeah. And I don't know when that started. I mean, Paul's been making this point about Adams being, on edge about how the team is being treated, how he's being treated, and I don't know where that began, because I don't feel like that is how I was hearing him portrayed when he first got the job. But it's really escalated here in the last year and a half, I think.
Lee is next. Hi, Lee.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I have two things. I have a thing where if you take a look at, you were just talking about, with Tom Donahoe and stuff like that. You take a look at when Pagula took over the Bills, and they struggled. They hired Rex Ryan. They kept on trying to figure out what are we going to do, and then there was that 17-year playoff drought, and they finally got two guys in there that know what the heck they're doing, and that's Bean and McDermott. A guy that came in and said, we need to change the culture. Now, these people calling up and you guys talking about how we need to get this player and this player, and I believe you just said a few minutes ago where Paul said that Adams is on edge. Don't you think maybe it's time to just get two people in there that know what they're doing and change the culture? Because it's a similar situation what the Bills went through.
Well, thanks, Lee. I get the point. I mean, with the Bills didn't hire anybody with experience. The Sabres almost never hire anybody with experience. So that's the same. They drafted Josh Allen. I'm sorry. I know how inherently disrespectful that is to Bean and McDermott. They're not here anymore if they had hired a mid-quarterback. They're on their third job since then, right? There's only so much you can do. They've got Allen, and they've been able to get to the semis. So, I mean, I respect them, but they're lucky. And the Sabres have not been lucky. It's not for a lack of trying. Pagula has hired how many different GMs for the Sabres and coaches? Is it 10 total between the two positions? It's a lot. They've been through a lot of guys. He hasn't failed. They're not completely just, inactive.
But that has pushed him to a point where I think now he's overcorrecting the skid here. But maybe he was too quick with Murray or Bottrell or whomever. But this, to be going into year 6, is incredible. The whole thing, really, pick any point you want. But the moment he publicly declares that he can't do his job as effectively as he'd like because of the disadvantages he's facing, you don't get to be my GM anymore. Because not only are you telling us that you can't do what you want to do because of these factors, and there's truth within that. I've never denied that. But you are also telling the entire hockey world, the league, the players, your own players, most importantly, basically, in essence, I would replace you if I could, but I can't because nobody else wants to come here. Go get them. What is that? That is atrocious by any measure. Objectively atrocious. Keep going. Come on back. Another draft news conference. Another welcome to the new season news conference. Okay, here we go.
I mean, they were 26th in points. It's 5 years, and they were 26th in points out of 32. What's left to say? Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. We'll look for your calls again in a moment. Sal Capaccio joins us in studio coming up at 5. This is WGR. Let's go to Joe next. Hi, Joe.
Gentlemen, how are you today? Hope
All right,
you get
Joe.
a chance to enjoy the weather this evening. So just listening to the chat over the last couple days, I built a comparison in my head of Kevin Adams, and it's probably a bit unfair, but it's all I can think of is he's mush from the Bronx Tale. Every guy he drafts, bad, then he trades him, good. Every pick he does, every press conference, he's the mush from the Bronx Tale. And I can't get it out of my head now because of the last 2 days of radio.
That sounds like that's on us.
Right.
Thanks, Joe.
We apologize.
I think that's too harsh. Not every move has been bad.
Right.
Not every,
That's right.
everything has been bad. But they finished in 26th in his 5th year. Is there really anything else needed to say? I mean, there have got to be countless stories of GMs and coaches who they were basically out of time in their jobs, and the pressure felt above them in the organization to exude this sense that like they're a serious team. Those people in their jobs are sacrificed. That's just kind of what happens in sports, but not with the Buffalo Sabres. Not anymore, I guess. Not anymore. I think it's incredible. I think it's almost unheard of.
Yeah.
That in hockey, where half the teams make the playoffs, you go 5 years without doing so with some of the talent the Sabres have had, and finish in 26th place and just keep going. I just think that's like ridiculous. And not always is that just. I mean, there are going to be, within those examples, plenty of times you're like, look, if McDermott and Bean don't draft Allen, are they any less of a coach or a GM? No. But they spun the wheel at quarterback and they got the wrong one, and that's it. That's the ball game. That's the stakes usually you're talking about in pro sports, is there are going to be good and bad breaks. But if you can't get to the middle in 5 years, that's the ball game. Like, that's it. 3 would be my number. If I owned a team, I'm not heartless, but I'd give you 3 years. To get to the playoffs, what even kind of goal is that? It's a very modest goal. It's the minimum. It's the absolute minimum of a goal would be to make the playoffs. There's nothing else.
Yeah, the only place you can find that sort of a goal to be acceptable is a place where you haven't even achieved it in 14 years. That's how the bar gets lowered as you go, because it just is so incredible that it's still going, that all we really need you to do is be Montreal. They were nobody's idea of a team that was really going to win the Stanley Cup. They got in the playoffs. Good, nice young team. It's building. Add some pieces. Okay, yeah.
Ottawa.
Right. And we're still just, it's a hamster wheel.
Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Watching the press conference today, I can't help but think that there has to be a group chat with some of the other GMs in the league that just sit back with their popcorn and a bingo card and just laugh at some of the verbiage that we continuously hear through these press conferences. And, subsequently, I'm one of those guys. I'm lowballing Adams this afternoon when it comes to JJ. It just goes on and on. It's just very frustrating. But thanks for taking some time to chat here.
Okay, Mike.
All right, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about sitting with popcorn laughing at it. Those guys have probably all had their own moments where, they're in the frying pan there and they can feel the pain of a guy who's misstepping. It probably hits pretty close to home for those guys. Maybe. But as far as doing business with them, 100%. You'd absolutely, I think, be trying to take advantage of the situation. Like, you're competitive. You're in this to win the Stanley Cup, right? So, hey, let me see. Maybe because they're going to be so desperate to do something, I can steal J.J. Peterka from you or whomever.
Well, does this happen to you in your fantasy leagues where you've had a run of failure and you get offers from teams that are you think are preying on you, and you just say no because you're getting a bad deal?
Right.
What does that end up at? You're frozen. Like you can't make a deal because you think every offer you're getting you're at a disadvantage. And, maybe that's reality. But what it ends up at is, if that's the right logic, kind of what it feels like here, inaction. Yeah. Right. This must be I'm being taken advantage of here. I got to say no. I don't know how many times that might have happened, but it seems like it could have happened. Sal Capaccio next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
day for the Hockey Hall of Fame, and that does include former Sabre Alexander Mogilny. Mogilny, famous for defecting to the United States from the Soviet Union in 1989 to play with the Sabres. He spent his first 6 years with Buffalo, and in those years, he played 381 games and scored 211 goals. Zdeno Chara and Joe Thornton, some of the other names being inducted today. Also with the Sabres was pre-draft availability, as the draft will get underway 7 p.m. on Friday. General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin did take questions from the media. And for more on what we heard today, Paul Hamilton does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And the second half of the season begins this evening for the Bisons. They host the Iron Pigs just after 6:30, and that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
A break from the Sabres, at least mostly. Kevin Adams speaking earlier today. We spent most of the day on it, but we'll do little to none of that here. Sal Capaccio joining us in studio today. What do we have from football? We have that Aaron Rodgers, once again, he stuck his neck out. He says he's pretty sure this will be his last NFL season. The Bills will have a chance to end Rodgers like they almost did Brett Favre. So Favre had the Arthur Moats hit in Minnesota.
Right.
Vikings go on to win the game easily, but Favre leaves the game. He did play one more game after that, 2 weeks later in Chicago.
Right. He missed a game. A consecutive starts streak ended.
That's it. They ended the streak.
Yes. Right.
Is what it was. So
the Bills almost ended Rodgers' season before last. Torn Achilles at age 39. He didn't have to come back from that. He did, of course. So.
And they ended his season last year by getting a 40-0 lead in the third quarter. That was enough.
Right.
I don't know, Sal. To start with Rodgers, since I brought him up, your level of optimism for Pittsburgh.
He makes them a little bit better. I think that the gap they have to clear, though, to get to where they want to be or think they can be against Baltimore and maybe even Cincinnati, and I know that Cincinnati wasn't that good last year, but offensively, certainly, I just don't know if it's enough. They'll be better with Aaron Rodgers, I think, if he's healthy, than they would be with Mason Rudolph. It's a question if he's healthy. I still think they have questions about their offensive line. Can they keep him healthy? But let's just say Rodgers plays a full season. Yeah, they can get in the playoffs. I think they can.
They always do.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right.
Way,
it seems like it.
They do.
But the question really for me would be what does that look like? What does that mean? It's still probably the 7th seed going on the road somewhere and losing, right? I just don't think they're nearly good enough around the board to compete with the Baltimore Ravens.
A way that I've thought about it is he's capable. The problem with an aging player like that is just you cannot consistently hit the ceiling you need to hit. That people are used to seeing you hit as an MVP caliber player, but occasionally you can. Mm-hmm. And if that occasion happens to be a playoff game after you've played 17 regular season games, presumably, then maybe you have that day and it's like, oh, Rodgers, echoes of the past or something. That's like the best case scenario I think you can build for that working out for them.
I don't disagree, and I think that's still hoping through 17 games you can get to that point to be able to do that, right? I saw a stat. You follow Warren Sharp, and you've talked about him.
Oh, maybe. This one today?
I don't know if it was this one today, because I think he reposted it today. I saw it a few days ago about the Steelers' first drives of the games. Mm-hmm. Have you seen this?
Mm-hmm. I did not see
this.
Oh,
my God. It was unbelievable. I'm like, that speaks highly to not having a good plan going into a game. I think I have this right, but you tell me, Mike. Last year, Bulldog, the Steelers were outscored on their own offense on their first drives of the game. They scored 0 points on their first drives of the game, but they gave up 7 points.
I think it was touchdowns. But still.
Yes, that's okay.
They did not score a touchdown on their opening drive, and there was a pick six. So they were -1 in touchdowns on their opening drive.
What?
All year.
Yes.
They never got the ball and just matriculated down the field.
unless for a field goal, I guess.
It's amazing.
It is. I think that speaks to Arthur Smith, or whoever's running the offense and the plan they have and the quarterback and all that.
Didn't really have, they might have with Pickens, but really didn't show that they had big play capabilities. Pittsburgh with Fields and then Wilson. And what about that for the Bills this year, Sal? Like, ironically, as we've talked about many times, Allen had the MVP season without the numbers you'd expect to see from an MVP, chunk play kind of stuff, right? Downfield. A lot of it was short. A lot of it was running. Last year, at this time, last offseason, my feeling was, philosophically, we know that they're going to run the ball a lot because it worked the year before when they moved to Brady. You change offense coordinators during a season. They had success. There was no logical reason for me to think they would be different philosophically. Does that just continue here? I mean, 30 rushing touchdowns, 30 points a game, made a couple of different people, but would you expect their offense to mostly look the same?
I would. And it's interesting. I've been thinking about this a little bit where you still have a segment of fans out there who will say, oh my God, Sean McDermott, conservative, doesn't want to throw the ball. I don't think that's true, but I do think it's not about not wanting to throw the ball, because when you throw the ball, 3 things can happen and 2 of them are bad, right? That's not the philosophy. What I do think, though, because of the way McDermott and Bean have talked and the fact that it has kind of come to fruition here, let's face it, Josh Allen, knock on wood, has the longest starting streak of any quarterback in the NFL right now, and it's very prideful for him. But a big reason why, and if you take a look at the sack stats last year, they were so down. They set records with few stats. I do think McDermott's philosophy is, look, I have a really great quarterback here, and if I can keep him healthy and keep him upright, we're going to have a way better chance to win every game.
And a running game can help me do that.
And a running game can do that, and a great offensive line can do that. That doesn't mean I'm opposed to him throwing the ball, but I'm not dropping back like they do Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, because look what has happened to Joe Burrow, and they don't have the offensive line to protect him. I don't think it's a run-pass philosophy. I think it's oh my God, that's my meal ticket.
We're cooked without this guy.
Correct. So why would we do anything else? And I do think because of that, Mike, that's why they will continue with that philosophy. Now, that being said, one of the things I think that I've been trying to hammer home a lot, you guys know this, we've talked about it, but I do think it's very under-talked about as a story in the NFL for when you handicap teams. I've never seen a situation where a team has every single one of their starting and returning offensive linemen back. I can't remember ever that happening. And oh, by the way, they were really good. This has been something they've been building towards and saying, why would we do anything different? Look at this offensive line we have, and we can keep our quarterback healthy. Yes, of course he's going to make plays. Of course we're going to need him to. We're getting to L.A. and we got to score 40-something points. We get to Detroit, we got to score 40-something points. That's not the preferable method, though. The preferable method is, hey, when he needs to be Superman, that's fine. When we need to throw, we're going to throw the ball. But holy cow, we'd like to get out of each game healthy, because this is a marathon and not a sprint.
And then it's really about, again, the Bills are set up this year for the playoffs to just be everything. Like they're a heavy favorite to make it and to become one of these hockey teams, or not us, but hockey or basketball teams where you just know it's all about what's going to happen in January. Not like it's a fact, but, probably.
Well, I get asked, as you guys do when we go on these shows around the country, like, well, what else? Is it Super Bowl or bust? Yeah, whatever. Is there anything left? I said, there is one thing lleft. To get the 1 seed, right? It's not. Yeah, I know there's one thing left to get to a Super Bowl, but they have not had the 1 seed, as we all know. We've talked about, and I do think that is that matters to this organization. They really they need the 1 seed. It's such a difference in. Yeah, you can beat Denver at home in week 1. It's also an extra week that you're not getting ready to sit home and watch the opponents and start preparing and getting guys healthy again. Right? I mean, those things matter, I think. And then knowing that, hey, we don't have to go on the road no matter what. If we win one game, we are home for 60 minutes to play for the Super Bowl. It matters.
I think one game, their week 1 game will feel like it's going a long way toward that. I mean, the Ravens start at the Bills, Cleveland, Detroit, at Kansas City. I mean, they'll be underdogs in 2 of those games. Maybe not Detroit, but still, that's a good team. Kansas City, Chargers in Brazil, Eagles, Giants, Ravens. Detroit in week 6. Detroit's key. Detroit has both of those guys. Yep. And they'll also play Cincinnati.
Get out in front and let these people chase you for a change.
I agree. I mean, last year they had to chase Kansas City all year, and despite us thinking, oh, that's going to stop Kansas City, look how they're winning. They're winning all these ugly games at the end. They're getting lucky at the end. It never happened. Right. No matter how good the Bills played, no matter how many wins the Bills had, you'd watch Kansas City at 4 o'clock and go, okay, well, this is the week. You'd watch Kansas City on Monday night. Oh, this is the week. And you had them. 3rd quarter, 4th quarter, here they go. And they wind up winning the game. It's interesting with Kansas City's schedule. I think there was a stat, maybe we've talked about it. that someone brought up. The teams that have played internationally, and that like when they come back, or maybe it was last year, I guess would be the Brazil game when the two teams came back from Brazil, they weren't quite the same, right? Who won in Brazil? Did Green Bay win last week or Philadelphia? I can't remember. Philadelphia won. Then they lost week 2. They lose week 2, or they didn't play very well week 2, one or the other. But there was talk, I guess, from them or people around them saying like that was a tough thing for them. That's the point I'm making. That's right.
They lost to Atlanta in week 2.
They lost to Atlanta in week 2,
and they lost to Tampa in week 4. Then they never lost again until Christmas.
But I do think that by playing in Brazil week 1 and then coming back, I think maybe it was somebody on the Eagles who said like that actually like kind of took a little bit out of them.
Well, it's logical, and the Bills' version of that would have been London.
Yeah.
Where they were kind of wrecked physically by that game, barely beat the Giants the next week.
They didn't have their bye week the following week because they chose not to, because that's how it works.
Well, you've got the schedule for it, and of course we've had this conversation too, but one reason why the Ravens and the Chiefs starts are kind of stark compared to the Bills is after Baltimore, Bills go Jets, Dolphins, New Orleans, New England, Atlanta, Carolina, their next 6 games. So you have a chance, as you're saying, to do what Kansas City did last year. I don't remember last year thinking too many times that Kansas City should lose until you watch them. Like it wasn't before the game when they were playing Denver or Carolina that they should lose, but then like, it's 16-13 in the fourth quarter. But
what I remember was
then they would win anyway.
Thinking, okay, every week they're just squeaking out. One of these weeks, somebody's going to get them. Like going into the game, I agree. Like not expecting Mike, but thinking, I think it could happen this week. Even Carolina, and I remember we were in Napa during that game. We're in Napa, and I remember watching that game, going, okay, like Carolina, they got a little bit of talent. There's no way, right? But then all of a sudden, the game starts to go a little way, and you're like, see, here we go again, and then they wind up pulling out.
I watched that game driving back from Owen was driving. I was watching it on my phone driving back from Boston. It was the Bills bye week. We'd gone away just like you were away that week too. We went to Boston for a concert and we're driving back, and I'm just like, come on.
Here they go. Can't do it. And then they have the game against the Raiders where the Raiders botched the end of the game with the snap. But yeah, I just think that, for all that the Bills had to chase last year, that was so key, where they're trying to get there, and you think they can as well as they played. So back to your point, get ahead of it early.
Right.
Beat Baltimore week 1. That is going to feel like a monumental kind of game. Now, that said, Baltimore beat the Bills last year early in the season. It didn't matter to Baltimore at the playoffs. They still had to come to Buffalo.
Right.
Sal Capaccio in studio today. We can call it the West Her Hotline. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Also yesterday, just had a thought how Amari Cooper hasn't signed anywhere, and neither, by the way, has Gabe Davis, who was released by Jacksonville after, I think, a failed physical. But there was a report that he was looking, or Pittsburgh was looking at him, and maybe also New Orleans. Coop. That's just sort of a secondary thought. But Cooper not signing anywhere, does that, yes or no, does that justify how you felt about him when the season ended? Because clearly the league, they think probably it's over for him.
What I said about Amari Cooper when the season ended was I doubt he would be back in Buffalo, because I didn't think that the dollars would match up for a guy of veteran status like him. He came in, he was okay, maybe not as used as people wanted. He had the injury, but it never seemed like it would be one of those deals where, the Bills would be willing to kind of pay what it might take to get a guy like that, because they kind of wanted to do some other things. And it's not that they don't like Amari Cooper, but I just think you get in the league 10 years, you're talking about a higher vet minimum, and he's not going to take the vet minimum. He's going to be even higher than that. Just seemed like it was never going to be a fit. I think they wanted to get a little bit younger, a little bit more athletic. They signed Joshua Palmer. And then they bring in Elijah Moore right after the draft, obviously.
It is pretty stark, though, that a guy I thought the Bills were getting a number 1 wide receiver when they traded for Amari Cooper. And to go from that, and I think a lot of people agreed, like that's what his resume said he was. Terrible quarterbacks right now, he'll be right back on point. And it never really happened. And now, like from a number 1 receiver, wow, glad we got this guy at the trade deadline, to not even any team. Forget about the Bills. Like just no team wanting to get there is pretty stark.
And I do think about, though, that being said, Bulldog, I do think about something I was told years ago by a front office person who said, Sal, guys like that, you don't have to rush out and get them. If you want them, they'll be there. Guess what? They can also be there in August when you have an injury. They're going to keep their bodies right. Like, he knows. It's like Anquan Bolden, right? Like, okay, hey, yeah, you ready? Yep, come on in, let's play. And obviously retired right after that. But I think with guys like that, it's like, let's go see who else is out there. We don't have to do that. If it works for, it's not like a pressing need. But, man, if you have a pressing need, get him on the phone because he's a guy that's going to come in. He's going to have his body right. He's going to understand. Been in a lot of systems. He can come in and he can kind of seamlessly transition.
I got a fairly random question on Twitter today. What % chance would you give that the 2025 NFL MVP is a first-time winner? So who's active that's won it? Allen, Jackson, Mahomes, Rodgers. Is that it? That might be it.
Active that's won it. Ooh.
Right. So what % chance would you give that somebody outside of the list of former winners wins this year? I threw a number out.
Not a lot. I would say maybe about 20%.
It feels like it's got to be a bet on Burrow, if anyone.
See, I'm thinking that's first name, and then I thought Jaden Daniels comes to mind, right? I mean, like, I know he's in his second year, but man, what a season he had. Can he do that? That's a guy that came to mind. I agree with you. To me, Burrow's the number. If you think that's going to happen, or if you think Barkley replicates his season and they go, all right, we'll do it. We'll give it to him this time because we didn't last year. I don't know.
Would you think like that?
No.
Like, it's hard to, it's important to, I think, but it's hard to resist the past. Like, it's a 1-year award. I think last year Allen benefited from that Jackson had won 2 times already. Like that it felt like it was his turn almost. And I could see that for like a Hurts this year. He's won a Super Bowl MVP now. And if he has another great statistical year and they're the best team in the league again, maybe, he deserves one.
But Hurts and Barkley hurt each other, right? Don't they? Isn't the argument if you're going to, you might think Hurts deserves it, and then someone who else covers the Eagles thinks Barkley deserves it, where in a Bills situation, it would be, no, it's Allen. Allen's the guy you got to give it to here, right? So I think that can happen.
Coming off Diggs, I think that worked for him,
100%.
Too. Would you think that a non-quarterback could win? Like, that's another point, thinking about last year. Barkley had 2,000 yards and a near historic season, but he didn't come close to winning.
I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Really?
I think the award has become the best quarterback in the league award. Or the best quarterback on the best team award. So, some combination of those.
No, I think it can happen. And I think, as Mike said, the past matters. Maybe some people saw last year and said, you know what, maybe I didn't give enough consideration. I think it's very hard, though. Yes, 100%. It's very hard. But I do think it can happen. I mean, holy cow, with the numbers some of these receivers put up, like if Justin Jefferson has a 2,000-yard receiving season and with a rookie quarterback, the Vikings win their division, people are going to vote for Justin Jefferson, I think. I don't know how much that would translate, but I could see something like that.
I could see it more easily for a running back. And I think we are, because like McCarthy could win if that happens for Jefferson, depending on like Darnold he was in the conversation at least last year.
Right.
The running back, though, is more independent of the quarterback, and we're in kind of a little bit of a renaissance for that position. Last year would have been the year, though, because Allen's numbers weren't great. And, Jackson had won 2 times.
And Barkley was historic. And Mahomes was Henry, down. And
even Henry had 1,900 rushing yards. So last year, the story of last year was these running backs on new teams, and even guys like Kamara and James Conner on their original teams who stayed healthy, and they had these big seasons, and like, all right, well, let's back off on how much running backs matter. And then even Cook. 16 touchdowns I did not think was in the range of outcomes.
Speaking of Cook, I wanted to ask you before you walked out of here. I don't know why. We probably have talked about it on the phone or remotely 50 times already. But I want to ask it this way. What % chance would you put on Cook getting something done with Cook, either, just between now and the regular season, not to be when training camp starts or whatever? Like, what % chance do you think?
Pretty low. I would give it pretty low, but higher than I would have prior to minicamp. And the reason I say that is I thought Brandon Beane's wording was very interesting when he said with or without a new deal, meaning, okay, maybe there's something going on there. I still think, though, that the way that Cook has talked or behaved on social media, I think what we think about or know about the Bills' value of that position, how Brandon Beane kind of operates building the team, things he said, I just don't know if you can get there. So I would give it a higher chance. Maybe if you asked me before minicamp Bulldog, I might say like it's 5 or less percent chance. It would have to really take somebody going, okay, all right, let's just do this. I think maybe I'd go to like 10% now. I still don't think it's very likely at all.
I'm with you. I just don't see it. I know there's a risk there, that harmony and all that, but I'm not expecting them to get something done.
There's more of a chance. I'm not predicting this will happen. There's more of a chance he shows up and kind of has a little hold-in statement, even maybe one day, whatever it is, than he does actually get a new deal. Like, I just think that's, to me, that's more of what I'm looking for. If you ask me, like, what are you watching with James Cook when you get to training camp? I'm watching if he's practicing, not if he's putting a pen to a piece of paper, right? I mean, that could happen. I'd be surprised. I'm watching for, is he going to practice when he shows up?
Want to give a thought on Kevin Adams today? A lot of it for me, and I think this has been a theme, is messaging.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the more baffling things, I think Adams is sincere. I think he's, maybe in a place now where he's kind of had it with the noise. But I don't know. But in one sense, I really wouldn't blame him for that. But what's baffling to me is how the Sabres just seem to get the message wrong, in my opinion at least, wrong so often. And coming in almost ever with how long it's been since they've been good, with, how the media gets it wrong and how bad you feel for fans because of misinformation is just incredible to me. So I don't know, like there are a lot of people are coming up with lots of different, attacks, reasons for being disgruntled about him and them. But for me, that's a big one is like he's talking today, Sal, about Matthias Samuelsson and how it's not true that they had considered a buyout or anything like that. And I don't know, like how just it wasn't even a question about him, but just a simple, we talk about everything, just sort of simplify and just stay humble here, this guy, with these press conferences. But I don't know, it doesn't really sound like that at all.
I came away today, believe it or not, more maybe confused on the JJ Peterka situation than I went in today. And I was hoping to get a little bit of, and look, from a guy who covers the Bills, you have this James Cook thing hanging out, and Brandon Beane at every single turn makes sure you know how much they love James Cook. We want James Cook here. I'm not telling you it's going to work out. I don't know where it's going to go, but make no mistake, this is our guy. We want him. There is a business side to it. I didn't get that from Kevin Adams. I also didn't get that they hate him. I understand that.
Well, difference is Cook still is under contract.
That is correct.
Peterka's contract is up, and he doesn't want to paint himself into a corner saying how much they love him, and then tomorrow trade him because they can't sign him.
That's exact. I get it.
So
I get it.
He's in a tougher spot than Beane, I think, in that. But there's nothing encouraging that came from today.
No, encouraging if you. Like, I don't want them to trade JJ Peterka. I think there's a world in a scenario where you could get better as a team. I think it's hard. I think it's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be a hard trade to win, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly. If you want to trade JJ Peterka and be a better team on the ice, I think that's a hard thing to do. Now that said, I'm not saying I want to pay the guy $10 million a year either. I get it, right? So that it's a tough spot, and I understand that he's in a tough spot right there. But I think this team is better with JJ Peterka than what you could get in return, because I am not interested in prospects. I don't care about the number 3 pick that's being floated out there. I don't care about the number 9 pick. Like, I'm tired of prospects. I've said this on my show, which is every time I hear someone say, "Oh, the Sabres are the youngest team in the league," my response is, again? Who cares? They've been the youngest team in the league for 10 freaking years, basically. And it doesn't matter. I want players who can play on this team and win. And right now, that, to me, represents JJ. We had this conversation, you and your son, and I think we talked about it at golf, or when I had you on my show. Thank you. And you on show. I was really kind of struck, and it finally, oh my God, when I see Sam Bennett hoisting the cup and thinking, this guy has been in the league 11 years, and he looks like he looks like he's 35 years old. He's 28, right? Like, it takes a while in the NHL. Okay, maybe JJ Peterka doesn't love in Buffalo. He also just probably hates losing. I get it. But there's a player there that I think can be good to help you 4 years from now, not even next year. And that's what's frustrating to me, that you keep doing that and turn it over, and it just hasn't worked.
Wouldn't say what he said about Tuck today, and we've wondered on both guys. Wants to be here, that whole thing. So often, almost always, it seems, a theme with the Sabres. with Cook. Guys, I think, want to be on the Bills. So it's a much easier, as Adams, I think, would tell you and has told us, much easier thing.
Well, you see, Mike Greer said today,
right?
He was asked about taxes.
The taxes, yeah.
And he said, that doesn't matter to me much. People want to pay for winning teams.
It can be, I think he conceded, it can be an advantage for those teams, but it's really about
winning.
What you're putting on the ice.
It's about winning. And look, we lived through this, through the drought of the Bills. And then when they made the playoffs and they kind of turned the culture around and people said, oh, wait a minute, there's something going on there. And then you get Josh Allen, who's the greatest recruiting tool I guess you could have.
Yeah.
And players want to come to Buffalo. They want to be here. They want to play for the Bills.
It would seem. Very good. Sal, thanks for fitting us in.
You got it, guys.
Nice seeing you.
You too.
All right. Sal's appearance with us, always brought to you by New York's only outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet?
Phone lines are open again for you, 803-0550 on the Sabres and some Bills stuff. We'll continue. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
8 new inductees into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and one of them does include former Sabre Alexander Mogilny. Mogilny, famous for defecting to the United States from the Soviet Union back in 1989. He played with the Sabres for the first 6 years of his career, and in those years, Mogilny played 381 games and scored 211 goals. Zdeno Chara and Joe Thornton, some of the other names being inducted today into the Hockey Hall of Fame. We also had pre-draft availability for the Sabres, with round number 1 getting underway 7 p.m. on Friday. General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant General Manager Jerry Fortin, they did take questions from the media. And Paul Hamilton has more on this up at our website, WGR550.com. And the second half of the season begins this evening for the Bisons. They will be hosting the Iron Pigs just after 6:30, and that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
When you're talking about ordering your list, especially in the top couple rounds, you're taking the best player available. As you get later in the draft, do you maybe get off your list a little because you've drafted maybe some forwards, you want to take a D? Then that's something you look at. But I think we've got good prospects and depth across the organization, and our philosophy won't change. We'll take the best available player if we're making that pick at 9.
Kevin Adams there. He spoke this morning. We've been talking about some of what he said quite a lot today. 803-0550. It's probably too late for this. Maybe not. I mean, if they get good real soon, he'll be here this year, at least to start. So if they're good and all of it is kind of feels like it's over, then never mind. No GM needs CJ Craig more than Kevin Adams, I think. The West Wing press secretary. That's scripted, but a lot of this stuff can be scripted.
Sure.
There needs to be somebody, maybe there is, right? I don't know. I want to say there needs to be somebody who's like intimate with him professionally, day to day, right? He talked about PR putting stuff on his desk all the time. Mm-hmm. Is that on demand? Is that here's another rumor that's going to make you crazy?
That's a way for him to continue to impress upon you that he doesn't himself pay attention to any of what's being written or said. And maybe that's exactly right, or maybe it's just a deflection. But either way,
that's right.
He did say that.
Guys love to do that.
Yes,
those guys love to. do that.
I don't pay attention.
We don't actually.
I
listen.
don't know.
We just know everything.
I don't know what's going on out there. But let me tell you about this Frank Saravelli report.
Yeah. So somebody who can get through to him, buddy, don't worry about it, right? Don't worry about this Samuelsson business. Nobody even cares or knows. Like, it's just not, it's not top of mind. It's not a thing that you need. It's not an axe you need to grind today. You got to show some humility here. And even that's not on fans. Like, he's not condescending so much to fans, but it's like, it's the media this time, or, the other stuff that's happened with the Palm Trees press conference and other things, that kind of seem like excuses. He's got to be above all that. It just doesn't help him. He wants it to help him. Talking about, like, another one over the years. Hey, we couldn't get these trades done. We want to make trades, but we can't get them done. That doesn't sound like you want it to. No. That doesn't come across like you want it to, which is, I'm like you. I want to do this too, but I can't. Then somebody else should take a shot at it.
Right.
Like, that's just, it doesn't really suffice. It doesn't impress.
It sounds like you're disqualifying yourself from your own job.
It has at times. And the thing with Samuelsson today, which wasn't even a question about him, and it's like right to, I feel sorry for our fans for how much misinformation they get. As if a sports team and a GM would never be responsible for spinning or even lying. I mean, sometimes with an injury or whatever, I don't expect the truth from Kevin Adams all the time. I expect it not to be the truth all the time. So that's rich too. Just, I wish somebody could tell him.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it a few times today. Like, first of all, you don't volunteer information about any player, positive or negative, at this time of the year. That's how he started. I mean, he 30 seconds before he volunteered this opinion about Samuelsson and this erroneous report about him potentially being bought out, he's telling you, I don't want to say anything definitive about J.J. Peterka because it's not fair. Like anything could, really, what he's telling you is anything could still happen. You know, I don't want to tell you I'd like to keep him because if I don't keep him, then you're going to yell at me and I'm going to look bad. But I also don't want to tell you I'm going to trade him because you're going to yell at me. So, I'm going to try to say nothing. And then he takes a breath and then volunteers this information about Samuelsson, which, again, Paul said it was on his list to ask. It doesn't mean for sure it was going to come up. But when it does, if it does, when prompted, when asked, hey, there was a report that you were considering a buyout for Mattias Samuelsson, you said this on Twitter, I think, right after it happened. We haven't been in the playoffs in 14 years. We consider everything. That's it.
Simple.
That's it. That is it. I mean, I may not like that much sitting in this chair, but I accept it. It's the smart thing to say.
It also should be the case.
Yes, right.
Why? That's what was baffling to me and just upsetting was why would he want us to think they wouldn't even have talked about it?
Like, is his spot on the team so secure that you would not have pondered whether you should consider that?
Why wouldn't you literally talk about everything?
Right.
I mean, there couldn't be a Thompson or Dahlin offer that you would at least talk about? Like, what? That seems like a healthy organization and a serious one, is they would have, especially when it's like this, which would be just money.
Right.
Easy for me to say, but really it's just money. Trading for guys that are retiring and putting them on your books for a better draft pick, it's just money. Like, it doesn't cost you anything more than that. So why do you want us to know that you didn't even talk about it? Like, why do you think that's good for you?
Right.
That to me is somebody, he's not a professional message sender, right? He's not from that world. Somebody in their car right now is like, is he from the GM world? I mean, he really wasn't from that world either, but he's now got 5 years at it. But he's not PR guy, right? And somebody should be there. In a real operation, somebody would be there to maybe, like I said, maybe it happens and he just can't help himself. But this is what we don't need. You know, the Sabres have such problems, seemingly constantly, but I think presently, especially with their reputation and their image. Like, how serious are you? How professional is this all? I think that could come from fans. I think that could come from hockey players around the league, maybe from everybody, from all circles, to varying degrees. So don't make it worse. There's no need, no reason to. Anyway.
Yeah, the best thing that could have happened, I think, for him and them today is for him to have come through that without giving me or you or anyone out there anything else to light arrows on fire and shoot them at them with. Like that should be the objective often in a situation like this. Tell us what you think of some of these prospects. You know, you're going to get direct questions about your coaching staff and about J.J. Peterka and maybe about Mattias Samuelsson, and you just deflect away. We've lived through a million of those, and just like, too bad we didn't really get anything juicy there today. That's where you want to end up, is not giving anybody anything juicy.
Today really should have only been about Peterka or Tuck, and he sounded positive on Tuck. So it really should only have been, I mean, what did he say about the 9th pick right there? I mean, I could have written it.
Right.
It's just what everybody says every time. Best player available, maybe we'll trade it. It's what everybody says every time, if you know what you're doing, which is like, it's not even useful. Peterka is a subject by himself, and trading him versus not, I don't think we get really a whole show out of it, but, you know, or any Sabres player almost, but trading him versus not and reading Adam's comments and, you know, trying to interpret them, that really should have been all that today was. And, you know, he's maybe again in a jam when it comes to Peterka, which I think could be right. Like that, if he doesn't want to be on the team, what are you going to do? You have only a couple of options, but they could pay him anyway or try to. They could wait him out. You want them to sort of just tell him, no, you work here.
Hold him hostage to an extent. I mean, I'm sorry to put it that way. That's sloppy, but.
Then you don't know what the owner wants, you know, if he's one of his faves or not. So I don't know. Like, that really should have been it.
I think it's been generally accepted within the fan base that Peterka is one of the owner's favorites, I think. I get that sense.
Well, he's one of mine.
Me too. I thought he'd be their best player by now. He's close.
He's close. Top 5.
Easy. Yeah, he had 68 points last year.
I'd say 4th.
Thompson, Dahlin, Tower, Tuck?
Tuck, yeah. 4 or 5.
On the age curve, I think I would take Peterka over Tuck, but that's not necessarily the best way to do it. But yeah, I still think Owen Power's a very good hockey player.
Me too. Okay. I've been sitting here for like half an hour going, is there anything more I really want to say? It's just like kind of so redundant and depressing, and that's just not a good recipe.
No.
Repetitive and depressing is not exactly like, oh, what time are you on? Where can I get more? Do you have a podcast on this subject? Can I hear more, please? I mean, it feels good to sort of like rant it out once, and then all right, that was it. I said it all right there. I'm done. It's sort of like hard to sort of recapture that, I guess. Anyway, what am I saying? Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550. This is WGR. watching. Where did Bulldog go?
I'm trying to change the B board to reflect next season's order for the majors bet.
Okay. Why? Just to do it.
Well, Mike. A better question is, why am I doing it now? I'm doing it because it needs to be done so that we can keep track.
But the season's not over yet.
I know, but I'm picking the Open because I picked first this year, so it's my turn to pick twice this year. And I'm going to update that so that you're on deck first, and then we'll have the order set.
For the Masters.
If we have the first two set, then the year is all done.
2026 Masters.
Right.
Is mine.
That's going to be you. Right.
When is it too soon to start, making plans?
I don't think it's ever too soon.
You probably could bet that somewhere right now.
I bet that's probably right.
One of your multi-champion parlays, right? Could have who wins the Masters next year.
Right. Yep.
Oh boy, that would get rich. Say you had Oklahoma City just for a start. You had Oklahoma City, or if you want, then you'll have the World Series. Then you'll have the Super Bowl, maybe the college champion. So I've got 4. Right. I'm rolling with 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got the Masters winner in there. And I get the 4. And it all comes down to a golf bet. What's the Scotty Scheffler, peak Scotty Scheffler is plus 250. Anybody else at that U.S. Open, he was plus 250, and second place was DeChambeau before the tournament at plus 700.
Right.
So imagine you get the 4 winners, which is insane.
Yeah.
And then you have the Masters. What do you do then? What a hedge. I don't know. That could be $25 to win thousands. That would be.
Dude, the bet I had with the Stars to win the Cup, Oklahoma City to win the NBA, the Mets to win the World Series, and the Bills to win the Super Bowl would have paid $57,000 on a $10 bet.
Without the golf.
Without the golf.
The golf is way the hardest.
Throw the golf in there, and it's bonkers.
Who should be the pick then? Should it be Scheffler? Should it be J.J. Spawn? Should it be... Who should win next year's Masters? A little early.
I would need to look at the odds.
Oh.
Because that's a great way to decide who you think is going to win a golf tournament. Which one will pay you try to find a sweet spot. Obviously, I'm going to pick somebody that's the biggest long shot. But, we find somebody that's in there, at a big number that is credible. Justin Thomas, maybe. I don't know, just a name.
Good name, yeah, good
name.
That
would be, he's won a major, he's a star, but he's not super hot right now. The price on him is probably outrageous.
That's a very good name, and I have a feeling we'll be talking about this conversation again in the future. Right. He doesn't kind of stink now, Thomas? I saw him near the top a little bit last week.
Yeah, he kind of
just a guy now.
More stinks than is
really
near the top. Yeah.
Spieth is totally
but
just.
I was just sitting here during the break, and I looked at it, and I just thought, hey, I should fix that.
I'm ready to bet some golf.
So I started, and then the segment started, and it was really not time for it. But there will be.
So you're going to change. You're not done.
No, it's been up there long enough that I had to trace over the 5 on it's a 2025 Masters BD. And I couldn't erase the 5 nor the BD, so I traced over the 5 with the marker.
Because that erases it.
And now the 5 is gone on the Masters one. So I'm going to do that with the other initials and the other 2025, and we'll be all set.
Who do we like in the Open Championship? That'll be yours.
That's me. Yeah, I don't.
Shane Lowry.
I don't know yet.
Is Nicklaus in the field? He gave it up.
Jack
Nicklaus.
Yeah, no.
So they had. It was another weekend where I'm in the car, the U.S. Open weekend. This is when I was in Columbus. And Golf Radio had a sit-down with Jack Nicklaus and Johnny Miller together at Oakmont.
All right.
And I always have loved Johnny Miller. I don't remember him much as a player, but as an announcer, I thought he was the very best because he was honest. He was not just there to kiss your butt. And these two guys are Nicklaus and Miller. And I didn't realize they were close friends. They talked about going fishing together many times over the years. Nicklaus is in his 80s. Miller, I think, is late 70s. And toward the end of the conversation, Johnny Miller said, because the last question was, how many grandkids do you each have? They both have a pile of grandkids. And Miller has a son whose name is Nicholas. Nicholas Miller. And it's spelled like Jack Nicklaus. So Nicholas Miller.
That's awesome.
Like no pressure.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, he just won a tournament. He shot a 63 and won a tournament. So I think, watch out for, that's who I might go with for next year's Masters.
Watch out for Nicholas Miller.
Nicholas Miller.
Yeah.
How do you bet against that?
That's tough.
That would be tough. That guy's going places. Nicholas Miller.
Did Jack chime in with I named my lawnmower after Johnny Miller?
No, he was very flattered. He said he was very flattered and found it a great tribute. Nicholas Miller is out there somewhere shooting 63. Good luck. My name's Mike Schopp. I'm not going to have any chance against you.
No.
Nicholas Miller. Good. Just congrats.
With a name like that, it's got to be good.
I'm just going to sit down. That is great. All right, time for a break and then the update. Did some Bills with Sal here, some Sabres with Paul. Kevin Adams speaking earlier. Can the Sabres be saved, people? 803-0550, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
It's Mike Schopp.
He's Bulldog, talking sports. Call him on the telephone. Toss that bad Bulldog about. Bulldog, talking sports. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
On WGR.
All right. Banter goal scored by Sam Reinhart. Twitter response is, we just signed Bosa. I thought that sort of solved that position. Isn't it overkill a little bit? And I hear that. What I think, a good point, got to consider the depth chart. When I was so hot and horny for Myles Garrett, Gregory Rousseau being included in that trade package was
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, I'm right. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your.
8 new inductees into the Hockey Hall of Fame, one of which is former Sabre Alexander Mogilny. Mogilny, famous for defecting to the United States from the Soviet Union in 1989 to play with the Sabres. He spent the first 6 years of his career with Buffalo, and in those years played 381 games and scored 211 goals. Zdeno Chara and Joe Thornton, some of the other names being inducted this year. We also had pre-draft availability. Today is round one. We'll get underway at 7 p.m. on Friday. Sabres general manager Kevin Adams and assistant GM Jerry Fortin took questions from the media. And for more on that and the Hall of Fame, Paul Hamilton has pieces up at our website, WGR550.com. And then for the Bisons, the second half of the season will get underway this evening as they host the Iron Pigs just after 6:30. And that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
We were having a very serious conversation about mayonnaise here.
And the Bulldog.
And don't even talk to me about weed.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Welcome back. Do what you think is right. We've had a few fans the last couple days kind of get loose on the Sabres. Kevin Adams speaking today, talking about feeling bad for the fans because of the misinformation they get from the media, among other things. 803-0550. Have at it if you are so inclined. I am inclined to mention what I'm seeing here about a little thing called Tight End University.
Sure. I know of it. Your Kittles, your Kelseys, your...
I think Greg Olson also was like...
Greg Olson is...
an OG.
Yes, that's right. I saw his name attached to this.
So there's a graphic, the class of 2025. All these guys really get together and put on tuxedos for the official Tight End University picture. And
I didn't know about the tuxedos.
Like, what do they... I want to know everything now. Like, what do they do at Tight End University? There are 6, 14, 28, 80 football players that are in this picture for the class of 2025 at Tight End University. No Bills.
Neither Knox nor Kincaid nor any of the other depth tight ends. No.
As far as I know. Did you know that?
I knew that.
Didn't go to this?
I saw it mentioned. I saw, I don't know, a graphic with a bunch of headshots of the tight ends that are there, and it was quote tweeted saying neither Kincaid nor Knox are there. I think they have been there in the past.
Okay.
Maybe Kincaid went last year, would have been the first year. I don't think he could have gone as a rookie, the draft pick. But anyway, I think they've been in the past, and they chose not to go this year. Or I'm assuming they chose not to go. I would guess the invite was extended, but I don't know that.
Rookies are not welcome?
I don't know that either.
All right, I'm trying to find one because there were a few, kind of cool ones in the draft, but I don't think I see any yet. So maybe that's right.
I think you got to be made first.
Like Tyree Jackson.
you got to be in the club. Yeah,
like Tyree Jackson.
Sure, he's been in the league.
He's on the graphic.
Yeah. All right.
So is Jordan Matthews.
Trying to become a tight end.
Converted to tight end.
Yeah. I wish him luck with that.
So is Chris Manhertz.
All right. Canisius basketball.
Canisius. But, it's the guys, Kelsey and Kittle, it's Bowers, it's Trey McBride, the highest paid tight end of all time. He's got time for tight end university. He's in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Ferguson, Tucker Kraft, many of the league's best tight ends, Evan Engram, are at this. Dallas Goedert, you know him, big Goddard guy, right?
You talking to me?
Yes. Cade Otton, he's okay. Austin Hooper, he's okay. Mike Gesicki, they order these guys alphabetically by first name, that's got to get banned. You should never ever do that. Alphabetical by first name? No, that's terrible.
I was inclined to not mind that the Bills guys weren't there. Now I'm glad. This first name alphabetizing is no, I can't stand for that.
Another player with Bills ties, Logan Thomas.
All right.
He's still kicking. Logan Thomas. Noah Fant. Robert Tonyan. Big Bob Tonyan.
How do you know about this tuxedo? Are you seeing a picture of them in tuxedos right now? Is that that's okay. Yeah, I saw that graphic, but I'm pretty sure it was the guys in their uniforms. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. It's just like a football team headshot type thing, not tuxedos. What goes on at Tight End University? It's just like it's been a while since I've been to a seminar, but I think there's breakout groups and different meetings on how best to catch the ball in traffic.
Yeah, okay.
And there's probably an overhead projector involved.
Blocking techniques.
We either watch film strips.
Do they work out at Tight End University? Is there practice and stuff?
I think there is an on-field element. I'm not sure how strict the rules are. It's not team activity, so I think they can do anything that they want within their contractual obligations. Like, there are things that they are, I think, contractually not allowed to do, like maybe water skiing. I don't know how that would be germane to Tight End University, but perhaps for recreation.
Albert Aquabenham, there he is.
He's still going?
I didn't know that, but
yeah,
I always liked him. Where's O.J. Howard, right? Wouldn't you expect to see a name like that on here?
I mean, if
he must be out.
Some of these guys are on there, then yeah.
Who else you don't see? Kyle Pitts. Couldn't be brought to go to Tight End University, at least this year, Kyle Pitts. All right, there's that. Here's Matt. Matt, hello.
Hey, guys.
Oh, it's so loud.
The thing with the Sabres that I think really frustrates me more than anything is that it is really hard to be as bad as they've been over the last 14 years when they actually draft pretty well overall. Most of the times when you see teams that are bad for a long stretch of time, it goes back to them drafting high but not drafting very well. And the Sabres are kind of the opposite, and it's almost mind-boggling how they can possibly be this bad for that long of a time when they're drafting pretty good players for the most part. I mean, they don't always stay on the team like Reinhart and Eichel and, players like that, but I think overall they've done a pretty good job.
Okay.
Oh, I hear you that it's really a development point and a team building point. Like getting the right people in the right spots. I've made a point often. It's a compliment. In this case, it's going to end up being turned around to be used against them. But I think for many years, the way that I would perceive what they were doing with their third line, not even the fourth line, which had gotten them beat a lot over the years, the Eichel teams with O'Reilly and those guys that just did not have depth that could really handle anything. Their third line has often been sort of just it's a veteran whose contract we can't get out of, so he has no value, and we're stuck with him. And it's a kid who's an offensive player, but he's not ready to be in the top 6 yet because he's not developed all the way, or there's someone else blocking him who also has a big contract. And so we'll put them together on the third line. And last year they went out and they addressed that, and I think really well. I mean, one of the things that's worked out maybe as well as anything Adams has done is the acquisition of McLeod. I don't expect him to be a 20-goal scorer moving forward, and I hope the Sabres recognize that because they're in a tough position to have to be paying him here, making some kind of commitment to him off of a year that is really an outlier in his career. But they used him in different ways, too, once that third line kind of got busted up because injuries happened. But they went out and built that, and it served them, I think, well while it was together. You could see what its function was. And that's not something they've been good at for preceding Adams, even, like, by a lot. And so that's the kind of thing you need to get right. Guys that know that what they're there for, they're depth scoring, they're going to kill penalties, they're just going to try to keep the puck out of your end, that kind of thing, right? Offense is great if it comes, the more the better, but really we're just trying to control play and not get you beat and let the scorers go out after that. And they just have not had the people to even build that kind of a line, really. So it's really the combination of the players that they've had. They've had plenty of talented players. They still kind of do. Just haven't been able to put it all together.
What did you think about my Ralph Wilson point earlier? I really love it. Loved it.
Tell us all again.
Ralph Wilson, for whatever you think of his faults as an owner, it kind of, in some ways, it's familiar still with attracting players and coaches. It sounds like the Sabres, the later, maybe almost all of the Wilson years with the Bills, like just getting the top guys, right? Like that wasn't something the Bills could very often do. Through the draft, sure, you can get anybody you want, but not in free agency, coaches. This was a common talking point. But when Tom Donahoe crossed a line, maybe more than once, at least once, as the president of the team, kind of making it worse for the Bills by putting fans down and like carrying grudges, Wilson fired him. Like, that's not going to fly. Mm-hmm. We can't have somebody, this is not a quote, but we can't have somebody representing the organization, especially on that kind of level, who doesn't understand, not to do that kind of thing, right? He fired him. Donahoe was pretty credible for the Bills. They were coming off of Butler, and they'd had a great run, but I thought Donahoe was like a fine choice for what they had him do, and he wasn't here for that long. It was like, no, you can't. It was a criticism of fans. Embarrassed to be a part of the community at one point when he was talking about criticism of a coach or a player. Mm-hmm. I forget.
Greg Williams.
Was it Williams? And then there was a thing with signs at a game, right, and people were not allowed to take signs in to sort of protest.
That was the breaking point, I think, because the thing with Williams happened. That was after. Was Williams here 3 years? It was at the end of the Williams run when he had that, and then I think he hires Malarkey, and then eventually that's the end of it.
Yeah, I think the signs thing was like 2005,
right,
so
right.
A couple years later.
That's when Marv comes back, I think.
Okay. But, again, like, Wilson was often criticized, but he had, if this is not revisionist history, I think it would have been something fair to say then, he had like a pride in it mm-hmm. that was violated in that case, in those cases. And that was a deal breaker. Like, no, you're out. And I think Adams a couple of times has talked like, it doesn't help business. It doesn't help fan relations. Why does he keep getting to go out there and say these kinds of things? Like, I feel bad for the fans because of the misinformation. Do we really want to do that? I mean, if it sounds like if one insider or reporter happens to get it wrong once. I mean, how broad a brush is this? Is this anybody who criticizes them? I mean, it's ridiculous. And the Sabres themselves, like any other sports team, will provide misinformation purposely themselves. So, give me a break.
Yeah.
And whether it's that or palm trees, taxes, Wilson would just not have allowed it.
He was willing to give up the steering wheel, but when he felt like he needed to grab it, he grabbed it. You can't treat my people like this. That's it.
I think I want to say that. Yeah.
I like this point a lot because I said earlier, I was yelling when I was running really hot, but I mean it. The palm trees and taxes thing, fans, have your fun, right? And pick your side, dig in, right? He's not wrong. I know that's the reality. You do not say that to the league, to the hockey world. You just don't. To your own players. You are literally... tell me, I've said this a few times, I've never gotten pushback on it. It is like telling your players, I would replace you if somebody better would come, but they won't. How do you have a job after that? How? It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible and outrageous that and we're arguing about, he's actually, there's truth in it. I don't care. I know there's truth in it.
Yeah, we all know.
We all know. We live here. You cannot say that, especially to your own players. You just can't. Well, actually, you can't. He did. You shouldn't be able to say that to your own players and get away with it. And let alone continue. Let's bring in another guy. Let's bring in your old buddy from Carolina. They come in. Okay, sure. Yeah, no. It's outrageous. It's not about how factual it was. It was using it as a reason why you're stuck. And it shines such an uncomplimentary light on the players who you want to be happy to be here. You are telling the hockey world no one wants to be here. Are they supposed to not feel trapped now? Because they're here? They're signed to a contract. Well, they drafted me. They have my rights. I'm here, I guess. It is... I already said it. It's outrageous.
Jim is next. Hi, Jim.
Yes, I was just saying about Terry Pegula. I think the big problem is him. He's never around to say anything. He's gotten cheap replacements. The coach that we got from the World Soccer League, what are you doing? Kevin Adams, he's been here 5 years now, and he's done nothing. And we're going to try to get good players. Well, I think he got afraid when Taylor Hall didn't work out. He signed with a 1-year deal. He didn't work out, and now it's like, I better not, do that again. What's the difference? You're not here per se to have a job for 60 years. You're here to put a winning team on the ice and then worry about, getting, better compensation or maybe a better team, whatever. But you just can't keep worrying the way that they do. And Pegula, I'm sorry, he hasn't shown his face on the TV in I don't know how long. It's like, I don't care what they do. And it's just sad. And now, if I was him, if I was Pegula, I would have called from his Florida home and taken J.J. Peterka on a nice boat ride on his yacht and make sure his kid doesn't get away. You got to find out what, the pulse of the team, and it's just nobody knows.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I don't know if that would have worked, but I'm not sure. If it's just the two of us, I'm not sure I'm up for that.
On the boat?
Yeah. I don't know. It is interesting and I think unfortunate that you just never hear from Terry anymore. I don't know. It's just not. He was never that smooth,
right?
But at least he was believable when he showed up. I thought he was very believable. I don't know what to say now. But you never hear from him. All you really hear about from Pegula is like New York Times articles where there's an owners meeting. He says something weird.
Right.
It's just kind of the extent of it.
Circles you back to why maybe they don't have him do that.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. But, yeah. I wonder if he is just humiliated by it. I wouldn't even really know what to say or do.
Maybe.
I mean, I know he's got like billions of reasons to be happier than most people, but still, like, this is a abject failure, and he's wearing it, and I don't know, man. It might really bother him to the point where he doesn't even know what to say or do.
Well, as a fan, I would hope that it does. Because if it doesn't, then what?
Right.
I've never wanted to equate his lack of visibility publicly with, a lack of interest in it. I don't think it has to correlate like that. And what I hear about him is the opposite. It's more that he's very involved, maybe too much so, in what they do as a hockey club. But it's not I think quite right to take being pretty much invisible to mean that
detached,
he's detached or unplugged from it.
Yeah.
Let's go to David next. Hi, David.
Hey, guys. On the Adams thing, like, it's so hard to listen to that interview today and just know it's a lame duck year. Like, they're not going to make the playoffs in all probability. Same with Lindy. Like, the interviews are embarrassing. It reflects, as a Buffalonian, it's just, like, tough to see and watch. I think that's just salt in the wound. Like, they could not get rid of this guy fast enough. It's unbelievable he's here for another year. I know I'm the 1,000th person saying that, but that makes it much worse.
Okay, thanks, David. Bisons tonight, Bulldog. On your ride home, the game will start at 6:35. So it'll be well underway.
Gonna be hot.
Probably, yeah. Home
All
to Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs, 6:35. Home this week. Kloffenstein tonight.
Who's that?
The pitcher's name is Kloffenstein.
All right.
It's a great name.
That is a good name.
It's also the beginning of the second half. You know how they do it? So, the standings kind of reset.
Okay, yeah.
For the second half. Yep. And give a team like the Bisons, who were maybe 18 or 20 games worse than this team, Lehigh Valley, sort of new hope. You like that?
Yeah, fresh start, clean slate. Just like a new hockey season.
It would make hockey more interesting.
Sure.
If they did something like that.
Yeah.
And here I am saying this in Buffalo, obviously, right? So my opinion will not get any credit, which, it happens. They should have the play-in round like basketball does.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Because what's really the difference between 7, 8, 9, 10, They're
7, 8. They're usually pretty much the same.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
I like that idea.
Are they home? I don't ask you. Does this homestand run right through like the Independence Day Eve fireworks
next
thing?
Week?
Next Friday, right?
Next week, they have 3 home games with Rochester and then 3 games in Rochester. So I think maybe the 4th would be there. Not positive of that.
Right, but they have Independence Eve. They have the 3rd, they're home. So I'm just saying, are they home now through the 3rd?
I think that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Because usually 6 games in a row in one city, but next week is split.
All right.
You want the 3rd. You didn't want the 4th. You want the 3rd.
No, the 3rd is the big. That's their big fireworks BPO. The whole thing traditional. I was just curious. Like that's a pretty long homestand. If it's starting tonight and it goes all the way through, but if they leave town for a couple games in the middle of it, then that would change that.
No, I think what you have is a 9-game homestand.
All right, giddy up.
And it's hot.
Yeah.
The Yankees get Chase Burns tonight in Cincinnati. Rookie, making his major league debut. A hot item in the minors as a pitcher. Yankees will face him. The Reds won pretty easily last night. I watched it.
I was there too.
You watched the Yankees-Reds?
For a while, yeah.
I watched the Yankees-Reds.
Heard Paul O'Neill telling a story about going to Kings Island, a big amusement park near Cincinnati, as a little kid on the 4th of July. And I thought, this is nice. I like it. I went to Kings Island as a little kid, not on the 4th of July, but it was nice. I like baseball, It felt like summer hearing a baseball announcer talk about riding roller coasters when he was a little kid.
He said something that annoyed me, but I didn't write it down. Just, you know what? I'll give you a pass on this one. He's not my favorite. I liked him as a player, though, especially as a Red. Paul Hamilton stopped by earlier to analyze some of the Kevin Adams comments and the Sabres' upcoming draft plans here earlier today. That's next on WGR.